Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the meeting of Budget Council. Before we begin matters relating to the budget, as this is the final meeting of the municipal year, can I ask if any group leaders wishes to pay tribute to any councillor who shall be retiring at the end of the year? Also just want to announce it's also my final meeting as the mayor as well. So, a bit of tears, but anyway, just thought. I'll be back to mourn Thorkel's whip. Is there any tribute? Councillor Pando.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and once again, thank you for all your service in your time as being the first citizen of the council and your for excellent chairmanship of the council in hard times. But I'm sure there'll be a place in the annual council meeting for formal tributes to be paid to you. Mr. Mayor, I just want to pay final few words for three councillors. Councillor Fran Perry, many of you will know that she is suffering from ill health, and she didn't really get into the swing of being a councillor. So for all the work she's done in her own branch over the many years, I'd like to thank her, and I hope that she goes through a full recovery. I don't know the details of exactly her health, but let's all wish her the best of health moving forward. Councillor Leslie Warner, as you know, she was a Labour councillor until things happened nationally, which was not in my control. But having said that, Leslie has always been very supportive, an excellent councillor in her ward, and she has been very, very supportive to myself and my group. So, Leslie, I know you've been through some health issues yourself, and I'm really pleased that you're now getting better. But I really appreciate the work you've done in your ward. I'm sure you'll still be active in your ward and in whatever capacity you will be. But once again, thank you very much for all your support and the hard work that you put in as a local councillor. And finally, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Mohammed Sawa. Many people don't really know Sawa because he's a quiet person, but I know that he is probably one of the longest-serving councillors on this council. He got elected in 1999, 24 years of public service. And those of you who know Sawa, he is well known in his own community. He was a radio presenter before he became a councillor, and he did some excellent work at a time when we needed that voice within the Asian community to actually get various messages out there. And again, he's been excellent in his ward, and again, people don't really appreciate the work he does at a local level. He was also a key player in making sure that we had stability during a time when we had no overall control. And it really saddens me that he's stepping down. He's always been a massive support to the Labour group. He's always been a massive support to myself, and he's here tonight as well. I really appreciate him attending. But one of the things that I do know that Sawa's values are embedded in our own values as a Labour administration and as a Labour Party. And I know that Sawa has plans to actually work even harder once he steps down. So once again, Sir Rossab, I really appreciate...
Councillor Pinnock, can we have one conversation, please?
...work in your ward, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you've actually provided in your own ward and the support you've given me and to the Labour group on this council. And I wish you all the best for whatever you do in the future. But I will always consider you as a close friend, and I really appreciate all the hard work you've done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pando.
David Hall.
Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I firstly associate myself with those best wishes that the leader's already expressed to the three members that he's mentioned already, and wish you a happy and healthy retirements. Just to say a word about Councillor Kath Taylor. Kath is retiring this year. Although she's been continuing with her council work, she hasn't been able to get to many formal meetings. But she has been a councillor since 2001, it's 22 years, in the Murfield ward, and all that time she's been a very vocal and active councillor on behalf of her Murfield residents. She'll be a loss to this council, particularly for the way that she's carved out a little niche for herself being quite knowledgeable about particularly licensing and planning issues, and for a long time dealing with adoptions and fostering panels, which those of you that know that have been on the adoption fostering panels is an awful lot of reading required and a very big time commitment. So we thank her for those particular things that she's done. And she'll be a great loss to our group as well. So I'd like to send our best wishes, and I hope the best wishes of the Council, to Kath Taylor. We wish her the very best for better health in the future and for a long and happy retirement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I give tribute to my colleagues, Councillors Paul White and Alex Lukic. Both are coming to the end of their 4-year terms and have decided to stand down. As Paul would like it, I shall be brief and to the point. Paul stepped up from Meltham Town Council to help lead on housing, education and standards, and he's a real keen advocate of the place standard and locality-based working. He will be enjoying his second retirement, but will continue to support the residents of Meltham through the Town Council, and the current Mayor of Meltham, Richard Noon, hopes to join us soon. Alex has fought hard for many years to get elected to represent Dewsbury, and his desire to see real improvements to Dewsbury is well known and hopefully will soon come to pass. Offering a different perspective, he has worked hard within the council and within his community to make a real difference. I would like to express my thanks to both Paul and Alex for their support over the years and to acknowledge their hard work and dedication to the needs of their residents through some difficult times. I wish them the very best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greaves. Yeah, just wanted to mention, I forgot to mention that just want to pass on my wishes to Councillor Nigel Patrick, former Mayor. Some of you may know that he's not been well and he's just come out of hospital. So I thought we'd just mention that. Just come back home fairly recently as well. So hope he gets well soon. Okay, that's no more. Okay. Council will consider the budget motion of Cabinet agenda item 5. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. The motion of Cabinet shall be debated before we then consider the amendments in the order they were received by the Chief Executive. Following the debate on the amendments, each amendment shall be voted upon in turn. Please note that in accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, all voting on the budget item shall be recorded vote, which shall be done by using the voting consoles. Please note that the mover of an amendment shall have the same length of time to speak to their amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is the longer. All of the speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council procedure rules. Each member may speak to the substantive motion and once to the amendments. If all amendments fall, there will be an opportunity for comments on the motion from councillors who have not previously spoken on the Cabinet motion. If an amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be the agreed budget. In the event that neither the Cabinet motion nor any amendments are carried, I shall call an adjournment to allow for the discussion and submission of further proposals in accordance with CPR 19.5. Breakout rooms have been allocated for groups. There will be a 15-minute break in the meeting at an appropriate time. Okay. Point B, announcements by the Chief Executive says on your papers, but it's actually Director of Legal, Julie Muscroft.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Before I go on to make the expected announcement about Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, I just want to wish everybody a happy International Women's Day, which is today. So I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's been involved in the events there, and congratulations to many people who have been involved in those, and thanks to the very many women who are involved in supporting this council, working for this council, and as partners as well. So thank you very much. So let me get on to the serious stuff now. So as I announced at our last council meeting when we were taking a paper dealing with setting the council tax base, this is a reminder that restrictions apply to voting under Section 106 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992. Those are set out in the Budget Council report, but if not, it's to remind you that if you're present today and an amount of council tax is payable by you and has remained unpaid for at least 2 months, so if you're if you owe 2 months or more of council tax, you must disclose that at the meeting as soon as practicable after its commencement. So after I make this announcement, and disclose the fact that it applies to you. You can't vote on the matter, however, you can speak on the item. Okay? Hopefully that's clear. And if it does apply to anybody, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, apologies. Is there any apologies for absence? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations on the end of your term, by the way, and thanks for being the mayor for a year. Don't look so worried. I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not going to mention again when my son said to me, "Why is he always at the football when we're there?" I don't think you've had any extra tickets. However, apologies from Councillor Kath Taylor, Councillor Josh Sheard, who will not be able to attend. Councillors Martin Bowles and Lisa Holmes will be in attendance but late arriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Greaves, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Paul White's been unable to join us this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Sokol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I first of all thank you for your contribution as a mayor of Kirklees and chairing the council meeting. You have done an excellent job over the 12 months. Thank you. Apology, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Fazila Lunet and Councillor Amar Anwar.
Thank you, Councillor Sokol. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just like to say that Councillor A. Smith, unfortunately, is caught up in heavy traffic coming down from the northeast due to the weather conditions. So that's all I can say at the moment. He's on his way. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. Okay, thank you. Item 3, minutes of the meeting of the council held on 22nd of February be approved as a correct record. Is that seconded?
Seconded, Mr. Mayor, and also I'd like to take this opportunity, because I don't usually get to speak from here, to thank you for your time so far in office, for everything that you've done and contributed, how well you've chaired the meetings with dignity and respect for everybody, and it's been a pleasure to help and assist you both in council meetings and in your civic role. So thank you.
Thank you. Can we please have a show of hands for the minutes? Thank you. That's carried. Item 4, A list of granted dispensations have been tabled. Members who have any other interest should disclose their interest now. Are there any interests to declare? No. Can I remind any members who have declared an interest to complete the form by the end of the meeting? Thank you. Item 5, Budget 23-24. Can I remind members that the mover of an amendment will have the same length of time to speak to that amendment as that taken by the mover of the Cabinet motion, or for a maximum of 10 minutes, whichever is longer. 3 amendments to the motion have been received. All of the speakers by the group leaders or not, they will have a maximum of 5 minutes in accordance with Council Procedure Rules. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 19.7, any decisions taken in relation to the budget, including amendments, shall be done by recorded vote. It has been agreed that Council Procedure Rule 18.12 regarding the process for the consideration of the motion and amendments will apply. Members are able to speak once on the Cabinet motion and on one more occasion on one of these 3 submitted amendments. During speeches, members may make reference to the content of the motion or any of the published amendments at any point during the debate. If amendment is approved, becoming the substantive motion, no further amendments shall be voted upon. A further vote shall then take place on the substantive motion, and if approved, this shall be agreed budget. A copy of a flow chart setting out the process has been placed on your tables. I will now invite Councillor Paul Davies to present the motion of Cabinet. Councillor Davies.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. First, before I move the budget, I'd like to make reference to our finance team, led by Eamon Croston. Their excellent work, not just in preparing this budget, but also the amazing work that they've done throughout this year. It's been a really difficult, challenging year. As we all know, the financial pressures have been intense. And Eamon and his team have really been central to the work that we've put in to balance our budget in these very extremely difficult times. However, Eamon, who's sat across there somewhere with his head down, as usual, trying to keep quiet, is actually retiring after 33 years. And I know everyone's going to say there's no way he's worked 33 years. He must have been 5-year-old when he started or something. But he is retiring this year. He is going to be sorely missed. The good news is he's not disappearing immediately, so we can still squeeze lots of work out of him while he's here. And I'm sure, Jackie, you'll be making sure that happens as well, won't you? But thanks again, Eamon, for all the support. You've made a fantastic contribution to the Council. And for me as a portfolio holder, you've been of immense help during the time, particularly when I first picked up this portfolio. Your help was of huge value. However, on to the budget. So this budget has been forged amid extraordinary economic pressures. When we gathered in the town hall last year, none of us could foresee the challenges we would face. Much of that chaos has been driven by international forces, but many of the issues we face are homegrown. After all, since we last agreed a budget at Kirklees, we've had 3 Prime Ministers, 3 Secretaries of State for local government, and 4 Chancellors of the Exchequer. We've seen interest rates skyrocket, our exchange rate plummet, and costs for energy, goods, services each put pressures on households and businesses across Kirklees. The combination of the cost of living crisis and extra demands on services means this Council needs to overcome a deficit of 43 million for the coming year. That's the stark reality facing this Council tonight. It's worth all members of the Council taking a moment to reflect on the seriousness of the situation and to consider the implications of recklessness and failure for the thousands of residents who rely on us. In the context of chaos and uncertainty, our budget brings stability. But stability is not just about balancing the books. It's not there to keep accountants happy. It's the foundation of vital services for residents in every part of Kirklees. That's what really matters, and it's what residents tell us they want. They want us to make sure children are protected, to make sure older residents and people with disabilities get the care they need. And they want us to invest in our local economies to bring opportunity and prosperity. We can't do any of that without a stable financial platform. But achieving that stability means making choices. It means using our reserves to offset 25 million of the deficit. 12 months ago, I stood in council meetings to defend our reserves position against some opposition councillors who wanted to spend them. I said we needed to maintain a level of reserves that would protect services in the event of economic shocks. The kind of thing that any responsible billion-pound organisation would do. Well, here we are. These economic shocks have well and truly arrived. I really shudder to think of the consequences if we'd taken that advice to dispense with our reserves. And I urge all members to bear in mind that this year the stakes are much higher. So, Mr. Mayor, our long-term prudence will help us overcome a major part of the deficit challenge. But the scale of the economic crisis goes beyond our reserves capacity. That's true for virtually every local authority in the country. We started making tough but necessary financial choices last year as the economic storm clouds began to gather. In the autumn, we put in place an urgent plan of action to make in-year savings that would relieve pressure on the budget. We reviewed the capital programme. We put a freeze on recruitment for all but the most essential posts. And we started to look at how we could use our buildings more efficiently. We set ourselves a target to reduce the deficit by 4 million within just a few months. Well, we've overachieved on that target and managed to bring our costs down by just under 5 million, as well as making revenue savings on the capital programme in future years. But I want to take a moment to address those critics who say we should have cut faster and harder. Incidentally, they are the same critics who urged us to spend our reserves last year. It's easy to talk tough on finance, but talking tough without credibility is a recipe for disaster. Anyone who's been on a tracker mortgage over the past 6 months can tell you that. In fact, we now have a word for that kind of recklessness. It's called Trustonomics. The British people deserve better than Liz Truss, and the people of Kirklees deserve better than a local imitation of a flawed economic concept. We've achieved our initial savings target, but we need to continue that effort in this budget. On top of the actions I've just outlined, this budget proposes 19 million in revenue savings in all departments. Across services, our staff will be delivering efficiencies, finding new sources of funding, and working hard to make sure every penny of taxpayers' money is spent where it's needed most. I've asked council officers to set up the right mechanisms to ensure we meet these challenging targets. Given the circumstances, our effort to deliver stability in next year's budget and beyond, this begins right now. We owe it to our residents to deliver that efficiency. Because, like the majority of councils across the country, and every council in West Yorkshire, we're asking them to pay an extra 2.99% in council tax. A further 2% will go directly into care services for older people and residents with disabilities through the government's adult social care precept. In the context of an ageing population, a crisis in our NHS, and increasing numbers of residents with complex needs, it's essential to deliver stable funding for these vital services. In total, there's a 4.99% council tax increase. an extra £1.63 each week for households in a Band D property. We've had to take tough actions to reduce costs and raise revenue. But it's tough action that gives us options. It gives us the space to invest in the things that really matter to us and to our residents. Like I said earlier, budgets aren't just about accountancy, they're about values. For us, that means increasing funding for services that protect children, 2 million over the next 12 months. There's simply no more important job than that. We're protecting vital social care services for older people and residents with disabilities, an extra 21 million that will help keep pace with demand pressures. This is a budget with frontline services at its heart. We all sat here a few weeks ago talking about the value of our local libraries. It was an excellent debate and I think a true consensus across the chamber. Well, now we have to pay for that, and councils have to vote for it in this budget. The budget protects the library network at a time when many councils, just like ours, are looking at closures again. The budget gives a lifeline to leisure centres with a £6 million support package that will help CAL reintroduce services at a time when councils, again just like ours, are looking at closures. And we know we need to keep supporting families and households through the cost of living crisis. We'll continue to go beyond those statutory duties on council tax support with £75 off bills for those who need it most. And our local welfare provision will distribute over £8 million in funding to residents who've been hit hardest by the economic storm. And that's on top of funding vital projects like the bread and butter thing, where in 2022, that particular initiative has saved for some 1,600 households over £20,000 on their food bills. 200,000 rather, not 20,000, equivalent to almost 300,000 meals. And 2023 will bring even more because we're introducing double the number of hubs. But all of us have a responsibility to look long-term as well. We've flexed the capital programme, but we maintain a vision and ambition. Over the past few weeks, the planning application for the Cultural Heart has been approved. We're poised to sign a deal for the George with an international hotel brand. We've achieved a funding boost for Batley, and we're bringing forward new plans for Dewsbury very shortly. We know what years of austerity did to our town centres and economic infrastructure, and we can't allow that to happen again. That's why our capital programme, nearly £1 billion over 5 years, is about hope and opportunity. It's about investing in our communities and protecting them from future cost of living crises. Mr. Mayor, that's what financial stability can achieve. It's what this budget can achieve. But if we're going to turn stability into sustainability, we need national change. We need a fair funding settlement for Kirklees. In 2021, our cross-party group of 21 local authorities, led by the truest of true blue councils, Hampshire, calculated that Kirklees missed out on over 16 million of revenue support funding due to government's flawed calculations. Imagine what the budget would look like tonight if we received a fair deal. The funding I'm talking about isn't for a favourable deal for Kirklees. It's not a penny more than people, families and communities deserve. And we need change in social care funding too. Everyone, even the government, agrees with that. The increases that I referred to earlier in social care funding contained in this budget won't keep pace with rising demand and costs forever. They will barely last this year. The NHS, councils and most of all residents need a sustainable plan that gives certainty for the future. And finally, and extremely importantly, we need a government that can manage the economy for the benefit of all, a growing economy for all parts of the country where investment is driven by need and potential, not party political beauty contests. In the meantime, Mr Mayor, this budget gives this authority a stable financial platform. It takes the tough decisions that allow us to focus on what really matters out there in the communities. It gives us hope that we can overcome the challenges that we've been presented with. It's rooted in our priorities and our values. It's credible, and I commend it to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Is that seconded?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to second that budget and reserve the right to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Are there any comments on the motion? Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Paul, for your excellent presentation, and thank you, officers, for pulling it together. It obviously has been a difficult time and a difficult budget to put together. It'll come as no surprise to anybody that I'm supporting this budget, but please understand I'm not supporting it blindly because I'm a Labour councillor. I'm supporting it because I think it's a fair budget in extremely difficult circumstances. The circumstances have already been articulated by Paul, but I'm just going to emphasise a few points. This government has systematically undermined local authorities, in my opinion, along with other public services. They don't value us. It significantly reduced finances to public services during the years of austerity. Everybody understands the challenges that we've had throughout the pandemic, but it's sickening to learn the true cost of this the mismanagement of the government during this period. We've got the dreadful war in Ukraine now, which we support, but this is impacting on inflation through energy costs, and the government is allowing oil and gas companies to make eye-watering profits rather than tax them further. Not forgetting the dreadful mini-budget, which Paul has already referred to, which could have cost 30 to 74 billion, depending on which account you read. All of that means that local authority costs are rising, and we all have to live through this cost of living crisis. Paul's already articulated it's worse for us in Kirklees because our funding from government per head of population is one of the lowest, and despite repeated requesting to get fair funding, we're still waiting for this government to resolve it. That's not levelling up. I recognise that Batley has just received 12 million as part of the Levelling Up funding, but in all honesty, it's a drop in the ocean, and everybody recognises the true cost of having to bid for funding which isn't guaranteed. So with all that context in mind, it's appalling that we're faced with a £443 million gap in our budget for 23-24. But I want to commend the Cabinet for their prudence in previous years in enabling us to pull down that one-off 24 million from reserves, for reducing the efficiency savings required, although they're still significant at 19 million, but most vitally for protecting the most vulnerable in our communities, while still trying to keep investments alive to tackle climate change, renew our town and village centres and improve our roads. It can't have been easy, so thank you. Before others start to say we shouldn't be putting up our council tax, let's be clear. It's what the government expects us to do. It's what our neighbours are having to do, and 95% of other local authorities, according to Press Today. They're also expecting us to increase the adult social care precept. There isn't time for me to go through things at a directorate level, you'll be glad to hear, but I have a particular interest in health and adult social care, so I'll focus the rest of my time on that. Increased funding. Yes, there is some increased funding. There's an increase in the precept, which is our locally generated funding, and there's an increase in an uplift from government in recognition that social care is struggling nationally. That is everywhere. The national delay in the implementation of the social care reforms mean that funding put aside to implement them can be used to offset some of the pressures. But the pressures are enormous. Growth in demand as our population ages, growth in complexity as our people have more multiple needs, growth in the cost of care. For instance, the increase in national living wage from the 1st of April at 9.7% is higher than the 5% we expected. So we're basically caring for more people. Each package of care is taking us longer, and it's costing us more per hour. As the adult social care team have been able, I need to commend the adult social care team who have been able to buy us some time by closing the gap through reasonable efficiency and income measures. For instance, stopping a pilot that wasn't achieving its goals, reviewing cross-charging to the NHS for some services, and looking at improved integration. Next year onwards is a different matter, but they have a plan. They intend to bring in some external support to help us look for opportunities to help them with an ambitious programme of redesign, which is essential. This is all in a climate when adult social care has got significant workforce issues, with high levels of vacancies, recruitment challenges and retention issues. So I wish them well in their endeavours. Since I have got just a little bit more time, I'll mention two more things. I'm really pleased to see the additional funding going into CAL, as we're all aware that keeping active is a significant part of wellbeing. And I'm also pleased to see the capital investment in housing for adaptations and retirement living schemes is being continued. I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise, of course, to speak in support of the budget prepared by this Labour administration. And I won't apologise either for repeating some of the things that have already been said by Paul and Jackie. I have to say, this is the worst budget that I have ever faced, either as a councillor or as an officer working in various different local authorities across the country. When I first worked for local government, it was about what can we do more next year, not what can we do less. And for the last few years, it's all been about less, 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 rather than more, more, more. We still have political arguments about that, but at least they were positive. So financially, we have faced many difficulties over the past year, but not just as a result of the Ukraine war, but because of Brexit and Liz Truss as well, both Tory disasters. And prior to that, of course, there was COVID, and prior to that, 10 years of austerity. But then I don't need to remind anybody of all of that, but we do have to recognise the rock-bottom place that we're in now. We've never been here before, never. I have to say, if I believed in conspiracy theories, that I might actually think that the Tory government has actually almost achieved its aim of getting rid of local government. But I won't go there. So we have found, over the years, we have found efficiencies. Since 2010, £200 million worth of efficiencies. And still, people expect that we might be able to do more. Does anyone ever stop to think, what if we had that £200 million now, not asking to get rid of more £45 million this next year, what we could do with it, how our communities would benefit from that? I'm staggered, to be honest. I just don't think about it. But as an administration, we have always prioritised, and now more so than ever. And we have to protect, as Paul was saying, as much as possible the vulnerable in our society. And over the past 12 to 13 years, those numbers haven't decreased. In children's services, we have to protect the most vulnerable children, their schools and their communities. And this hasn't been easy, despite the government providing schools with some extra funding this year, which I will acknowledge. It still hasn't been enough to protect schools and the communities against that rising cost of inflation, that rising cost of fuel. Schools have still had to deal with those inflationary prices as much as we have. All the services that a school buys or uses, be it from the council or elsewhere, they've all gone up this year in price. As much as possible in this budget, we have tried to maintain the quality of services to schools to protect our children, their families and their communities. We are still ambitious for our children. We want them to do well. We want them to have the best start in life. We cannot just say that you can make do with 10% or 20% less education. Our schools and children did really well last year. They did better in their GCSEs than ever and improved against the national average as well. So we can't let them down. We have to help them to do the same again in the years to come. So the principle that we are looking to provide in this budget is how we can provide services to school and the communities with a different lens. This budget is more about culture change than cuts. We are doing things differently, not just more efficiently, which enables us to continue to provide quality services, but which may not look like those that we've provided in the past, and allows us to grow in the future. It's about rebalancing the relationship that the council has with its school system. So I'm not really looking forward to this next year at all. It's not going to be easy for anyone. But I do wish or hope that people will respect, yes, the work that all our officers have put into providing us with the information to come up with a balanced budget, and the work that Paul Davis and his colleagues as well have put in to coming up with this budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Alex Lukic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with what Kirklees Labour's budget really means for investment and regeneration in Dewsbury Town Centre, comparing the capital plan that's in front of us now with this time last year. £17.8 million had been budgeted for Dewsbury Town Centre this year, but the actual amount spent will be less than £5 million. And I think that includes the nearly £1 million spent on the colourful shipping containers for the temporary market that are currently sitting unused at the top of Cliff Street car park, and that situation looks set to continue for quite a while yet. Then looking at next year's Dewsbury Town Centre budget, the 23-24, this was previously planned to be 15.2 million, now it is 10 million. So it's clear from the figures that the planned investment across this year and next year has been cut by a combined 18 million. The capital plan in front of us now states the bulk of the Dewsbury Town Centre investment should come in the following 2 years, i.e. 24-25 and 25-26, but obviously that can still be subject to change in future budget rounds. I'm acutely conscious, of course, as reference has already been made, of national government factors on our pressures as a council and all our residents' cost of living pressures, which I spoke about at length at last year's Budget Council. Many of those points would still apply now as then, with enormous inflation making it yet more difficult to thread the eye of the budget needle. Sitting on the corporate scrutiny panel this year has certainly kept me very well informed of the significant pressures we're facing. But when you look at Kirklees Labour's capital plan, it seems clear to me that their plan is for Huddersfield to have major regeneration projects completed before Dewsbury, despite Dewsbury being the town in greater need of investment. That obviously isn't a plan I can support, especially when this is also asking Dewsbury residents to stomach another large increase to their council tax bills. I'd also like to take this last opportunity I have to appeal to all members of the council to consider an obvious means to save much needed funds, which is reviewing the council's election cycle. Holding local elections nearly every year, as we do at the moment, costs the council significant amounts of money. Changing to a single whole council election every 4 years would quickly generate recurring savings well into 6 figures. Of course, there are other benefits and drawbacks to each system, but at a budget meeting, the finances are the main aspect I'm considering. This council will very soon undergo an electoral review by the Local Government Boundary Commission, following which there'll be an all-out election anyway in 2026. The election cycle itself is not reviewed as part of the work the Boundary Commission does, but it does affect the work they do as they go through their review. So it would be incumbent on us to assist the Boundary Commission's work by taking the necessary actions to review the election cycle as early as possible. I've been informed by Councillor Scott that a full council decision is needed to start the process of consulting with the public on the election cycle. Whatever the range of views in this chamber may be on this issue, I would hope that a public consultation at least would not be a contentious issue. I would personally be happy to sign a requisition for us to consider an election cycle consultation at the earliest possible opportunity. If any other members want to grasp the nettle and sign, then please let me know. Otherwise, hopefully, waiving this paper now will help it stick in the mind, and you'll consider the election cycle as early as possible in the next municipal year. As this is my last full council, I'd like to close by thanking members for the support, kindness and critical friendship that has been shown to me over the last 4 years. Particular appreciation for my fellow independent councillors Charles and Paul, who took me into their group this year. I've also gained huge appreciation for the hard work of our officers and staff who have continually impressed me with what they achieve under challenging conditions. I wish everyone well for the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lukic. Councillor Butt.
Thank you, sir. May I first take this opportunity to wish all the fantastic women that we know a happy International Women's Day, to continue smashing those glass ceilings and continue to inspire. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all Cabinet members and officers for all the work that they've done on this budget in very turbulent times. That includes children's services, the work on Greener Kirklees, housing, every single part of what they do, so well done. Brief intervention on my behalf to emphasise the work done by Cabinet on securing the extension of funding for our unclassified roads. Now, colleagues from across the chamber will testify to the fact that our inboxes are regularly graced with emails about the state of our roads and comparing the sizes of each other's craters. And many of the roads, including those in Hetman Dyke, have been in a state of disrepair for years. And we've had to continuously battle the wishes of our residents with devastating cuts over the last 13 years. As President Kennedy once said, it's the economy, stupid. However, even in these extremely difficult times, the Cabinet has shown good financial management of taxpayers' money in tackling the Tory backlog. Now, everyone here knows the Hetman Dyke Council is humble and down to earth. And therefore, it has been humbling and a moment of pride to be able to tell residents that we've managed to do this and get the roads done with difficult headwinds. And we're elected to serve the residents of our wards and to help them aspire and have a sense of pride in the areas in which they live. This, in part, has been achieved by this administration, and else I am proud to give my seal of approval to the budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to associate myself with the comments that have been made on your behalf to say thank you for your service this year to the charities and to the council. Thank you. Also, there is thanks due to Eamon and the team for bringing this budget book together. Very difficult circumstances. The eventual Chancellor's eventual statement put everyone to the edge of their test, to their abilities and their deadlines. I'm not rising to speak to trash the Labour budget book. That would show a deep lack of understanding of what our government has done to our economy and the constraints that it has passed on this council. I have looked through the budget book and there are some headline things that stand out. The new government insistence that reserves are used and brought down to a recommended 5%, so I understand. That released 24 million this year. That went a long way to plugging the gap, but of course it isn't sustainable. And it hits councils like ours with weaker economies the hardest. We'll be slower to build back our reserves and proportionally weaker to stave off the in-year emergency spends. All it needs is something like another heron fire or something like that, and we're wonky, to put it bluntly. The budget puts much stock in savings and efficiencies, £19 million in fact. That figure in the past would have paid for one or two of our budget amendments, full amendments, but I won't go into that. I'm not a bitter man, I don't hold grudges. The savings are massive, though. There's no sort of getting around that. They are massive and are going to run into next year. That's when things are going to really be difficult. Reading through Appendix B of the book shows us the measures, many to do with working practices. And I wonder if we can bring them in all in this year and what kind of slippage there'll be. It won't take much either way to put us off course financially or for services to become stretched. culture, the organisational culture change was mentioned, I think by Councillor Patterson, and that doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, so we need to keep a really kind of eagle eye on the progress through the year. The third thing is the rephasing of the borrowing for the capital plan, mainly in Huddersfield. The Liberal Democrats in Kirklees have been calling for this review for some years now, as we realised what burden the borrowing puts on the services and the residents who live throughout the authority. We feel vindicated that Labour have realised that in the face of the current economic crises, some of them inflicted by our own government, a big rethink was needed. Where that leaves their vision now is up for debate. Anyhow, that slowdown or change in direction is welcome, as it means we can concentrate on getting the basics right when people are struggling and need their council to perform. One specific thing I'd picked out, which just snagged my eye, is the active travel allocation from last year is 1.9 million and being fairly unceremoniously dumped into the budget gap. Is that another casualty of Conservatives' cost of living, or is it rolling back of commitment to the active travel section of the council plan? I'm on that committee. I may be on that committee again, the active travel committee again next year, and there's probably some hard thinking to do about what we do around those numbers. So this group can't vote for this budget for a couple of reasons. It is not, as Councillor Davies said at the Cabinet, a whole of council budget. The Liberal Democrats have had no part in this budget. The other reason is that this is a treading water budget. It smacks of an administration waiting for a change in government. But we still face serious challenges next year if we're going to keep Section 114 from the door. And we all know hope is not a plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor Habib and Zaman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to support this budget as the last 13 years have been tough for Kirklees Council. With over a decade of Tory austerity, cuts to public services have taken their toll on our residents. Added to this, coronavirus hit our communities hard, highlighting even more starkly the inequalities in health, employment and prosperity. Inequalities that had already deepened, and now we are being hit with a cost of living crisis. More recently, we have seen inflation and fuel prices rising, compounding the cost of living crisis impacting our day-to-day lives. 55% of UK households fell into fuel poverty earlier this year. Now, this is a disgrace. Over the last couple of years, we have seen an increase in financial insecurity, with people losing income and jobs. Life has been hard for everyone. But if your home was overcrowded, you struggle to heat your home or feed your family, it's likely that the cost of living crisis has been even tougher for you than others. Now, the sad thing is that this increased the health risks, the high rates of death associated with living in a cold home. This type of living environment means thousands of people will die earlier than they should. In Kirklees, people are dying 8 years before they should. And for women, if you were born in Batley East, then the lowest expectancy is 78.6%, falling into the most deprived 10%. Households with children, as well as those on low incomes living with disabilities, and black and minority ethnic groups are most at risk. The new Marmot Review has highlighted that thousands will die and millions of children will suffer from the humanitarian crisis of fuel and food poverty. As food poverty remains a key focus for many, Trussell Trust figures reveal 1 in 5 referrals to food banks were from households where someone worked. For many, this is the first time they are having to accept charity food parcels to stay afloat with the cost of living crisis. Poverty is regarded...
Councillor Zaman, can you lift your papers up from the mic? We can't hear you. Thank you. I'm fine with that, if you want to.
Poverty is regarded to be a major concern for healthcare inequality. Your dignity and pride takes a blow as well as a knock-on effect, leading to poor health experienced by people unable to heat and afford food. To support communities, Kirklees Council have assigned libraries as warm spaces for people to go, and they are also working with community groups to widen the offer to try to help residents, and will continue to do this. I am supporting the Council's priorities of tackling inequalities, climate change, investing in children and places, and regenerating Batley, which will ultimately provide more opportunities for local people to succeed. In a rich country like the UK, the idea that more than half of the households should face inequalities and face poverty is a sad judgment of the management of our affairs by the Tories. This government needs to act right now. It's clear we are facing a significant crisis leading to further inequalities that will last a lifetime. It's a crisis that's also impacting the cost of delivery of our own council services and our ability to deliver services, with escalating service and material costs, alongside challenging contractor availability. Therefore, Mr Mayor, I commend the Labour budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zaman. Councillor Homewood.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Given the situation in the country at the moment with the cost of living issues and the problems in the health service and on the railways that we're seeing, recently I've been thinking quite a lot about what our rights are as citizens, what we should expect to get from the government. And I think one of the things that I think is that we all have a right to excellent public services. That includes public services that are being administered by local authorities. And like Councillor Pattison was saying earlier, since I've been here, 2016 is quite a while now, every budget we've had has been some form of discussing how we protect services as much as possible with reduced budgets. And I think, you know, I don't know about everybody else, but for myself, I came to be a councillor because I wanted to make, you know, transformative change in our communities. And I feel as local authorities, we're being let down by government on that. We don't have the money that that we need. And when Councillor Pattison said earlier what we could do with an extra £200 million, I know none of the Tory members yet have indicated to speak, but I heard someone shouted out, "You'd waste it," which I think is interesting, because at the last meeting we were discussing libraries, and one of the things we said was, wouldn't it be great if we could open libraries longer, in evenings and weekends, so more people could use them, people who are working in families? Well, I think that is one area where we could spend some more of that £200 million. I also think, you know, in my own ward, you know, some of the stuff that I'd like to see, you know, some of the interventions that we can do around violent crime and issues with youth violence, things like that, massive benefits that £200 million could be spent on. And that's before we get to all our leisure centres and so on that we'd like to keep going for all our residents. So I think there's a lot that we could spend that £200 million on. And, you know, a lot of the times we get criticised, you know, we're just moaning, we moan about what the government give us. But, you know, the way that I see it is that we're a very centralised country. Most of our taxation goes to central government. Yes, we've got council tax and business rates, these old-fashioned systems that really tax is not fit for the modern day. I think, as not just as a councillor but as a taxpayer, we're all now paying the highest tax rates in decades and decades, yet we're getting less and less public services. So we have to ask ourselves, what is actually going on here? What is the reason behind that? And so I think we've got a reason. I think we've got a very valid reason to question the government why we're not getting the money that we should have to provide those services that, you know, quite rightly our residents want to have, those excellent public services. So, you know, in that context, I'm supporting the Labour budget, because I think, you know, what are we doing? We're doing everything that we can and more, I think. We're protecting the services that are crucial, children's service, adult services, etc. We're looking at how we can support vulnerable people. And Councillor Davies mentioned the bread and butter thing, which has been massive in my area in terms of uptake and usage, and has helped a lot of people. We're doing, you know, I know as well from my own ward the amounts of effort and resources we're putting in around the youth violence and things in areas of focus like in my ward, things that is really important to my community. And then I think, actually, despite everything, we are looking at those transformative things, all the things that we're doing around net zero and the environment, which is really crucial, and the cultural heart stuff. I think the regeneration is really important. Certainly when I go and door knock and speak to people in Huddersfield, what they say to me is, we want a town centre that we can go to, that we can enjoy. And I think that is really crucial and vital. And I think that the fact that we're leading on that, and that's a key focus for us, to me, is one of the most important parts of this budget. So I won't say any more, Mr. Mayor, but I'm supporting the Labour Group budget tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Homewood. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your term this year. I think you've done an outstanding job, and equally I know everybody else will say the same. So it will be no surprise that I rise to support this Labour budget and thank all those that have worked on it together, not only Cabinet, Group, but all the officers. So no one can anticipate what may happen next, but we have to be realistic. We still have the fallout from the global pandemic and other global issues. The cost of living crisis hitting residents, businesses and communities. Oh, and let's not forget the chaotic period of the handling of the economy. 3 PMs in a few months. The Trust PMship and the damage it caused, which is going to leave a legacy for decades for people in financial instability. This on top of 13 years of austerity and the national instability and the lack of fair funding. This is at the core of why we are in this position and councils across this country. But despite this, and what I've said to you just now, we have plans. And today we present to you a budget that's fairer under the circumstances, where we will continue to support the residents, the businesses, the economy, investment and in housing, and to help our most vulnerable. We want to ensure that we have appropriate levels and robust financial management in place, and that's what we're doing. We're being prudent. We wouldn't be making these cuts if it wasn't for being brought to our knees because of Brexit and that shambles, and on our backs after the COVID and the total incompetence and the failed policies of this government topped with its arrogance. So I'd like to nod to Councillor Lukic. Dewsbury is a priority of this administration, and I thank you and nod to you that you're acknowledging that our budget cuts are because of this national government. So in closing, members, I just want to give you a little bit of an update. Monday, I woke up to a media frenzy, all over the news, on the radio, the former PM's honours list. Absolutely shameful. So being prudent, I thought, you've got this, Kath. You can do it. So I pulled together a simple one, which I've mailed to them. Why not honour Kirklees Council? Do an honours list for all the 332 other local authorities out there and across this country for a fairer funding system. And just for clarity, I added to it, label councils do not cost money. We are in a trap of poverty because of this government's making.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for doing an exceptional job as the Mayor. I would also like to thank the finance team for all their hard work and the administration for setting this budget, which was most challenging. The budget is about stability. As well as achieving financial stability, it's also about serves the foundation to protect vital services, protecting our children's services, our adult social care services, protecting our libraries and leisure services, and it continues to provide financial support to the most in need. Despite the financial constraints, we have overachieved on our targeted savings for 2022 to 2023. Also, with the ongoing financial constraints, this administration still has ambition for a thriving and longer-term plan, and that is to invest and drive our economy locally. With the new Dewsbury Town Plan, the Town Centre Investment Plan for Batley, including the additional 12 million, the Cultural Heart Plan, the Partnering with Radisson on the George, the Post-16 Skills Programme, Protecting Climate Projects, monies for residents who need it the most who are affected by the cost of living crisis, investing in our parks and spaces, and much more. However, inevitably, 13 years' lack of public funding has affected the quality of services that could be provided. If you recall, the local Tories were reckless in recommending last year that we spend our reserves. Where would we be now if we had done this? Further to add, these bids that we are bidding for, and that is actually costing us time and resources as well. Why are we not just getting our fair share of monies to be able to develop and grow locally? Scaling back projects is not the solution. Cutting frontline services is not the solution. The solution is our fair share of monies to grow our local economy and meet the demand so the council can provide safe and high quality services, and for residents to receive high-quality services they deserve and to be able to thrive successfully wherever they live in Kirklees in every aspect of their life, whether it be physical, mental health, well-being, education or employment. This budget protects frontline services while providing room for investment and growth during these challenging times, and therefore I fully support our Labour budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Councillor Amanda Pinnock.
Yes, Mr Mayor. So I rise to support the Labour's budget, which has been put forward today, and to support what my colleagues have said already. But I want to particularly talk about the social care crisis and about the reform, and the lack of solution and political will, leaving local authorities like Kirklees in a dilemma. Mr Mayor, medical leaders warn that we are facing a ticking time bomb due to chronic underfunding, due to severe staff shortages and a growing elderly population. Many elderly, those with disabilities and health issues, will not get the care and the support that they need. Today we've seen in the media that the ambulances are queuing outside hospitals because hospital beds are not available to admit patients. And at the other side of the scale, Mr Mayor, patients cannot leave hospital because there aren't enough suitable accommodation to return home or care workers to look after them. Mr Mayor, around 165,000 care jobs are vacant. Recruitment and retention is an issue. Care workers are some of the lowest paid in terms of occupation in the country, in spite of the important job and the responsibility that they carry. The job is physically demanding, emotionally demanding, and many have insecure zero-hour contracts, which leaves much to be desired. Mr Mayor, care workers could probably earn more if they worked in areas like McDonald's or even warehouse work, with less stress and less responsibility. In spite of these growing demands, the government has done very little so far to address the issues. In September 2021, the government made a welcomed announcement setting out plans to reform social care in England, boasting a £5.4 billion injection. And I remember discussing that in our council meetings in the past. It came as a real disappointment then, Mr Mayor, that in the autumn statement, the reform, we were told, would be kicked into the long grass for 2 years. In the meantime, the situation is not improving for people who need care and also for caregivers. Although the reform was welcomed, many doubt actually whether the reform would be significant enough to relieve the crisis. Even if implemented as proposed by the government, it is estimated that 1 in 7 people will still face a lifetime care cost of more than £100,000. Also, it would do very little to tackle high levels of unmet need. It would do very little to tackle the chronic workforce shortages that I mentioned earlier on, and also the fragile markets. Mr. Mayor, if this reform was so fantastic as indicated by the government, why has it been deferred? Why in Kirklees are we still waiting for something to happen when we need a lot of support and as much support as possible? In the meantime, councils like Kirklees are left with inadequate funding. Councils like Kirklees are forced to make very difficult decisions about budgeting and trying to balance the books, forcing councils to put the onus on the council taxpayer. The council still has to divert limited resources, even though there is uncertainty around whether the reform will ever be implemented. This also means taking away valuable resources we desperately need to meet increasing demand due to financial pressures. It's for these reasons, Mr. Mayor, that I support the budget that's been put forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Amanda Pinnock. Councillor David Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will agree with many of the speakers so far in that this is a tough year. I don't think anybody would doubt that. It's a tough year for a lot of reasons, particularly because of Ukraine and the inflation and pay awards. But it's at tough times, and it's when we've got tough subjects and tough budgets, that we need a cabinet that's actually going to step forward and tackle the problem, instead of a cabinet that likes to sit back and wring their hands about how hard done to they are. Yes, we've heard Councillor Davis talk about his urgent plan of action in the autumn. When we knew about we were going to be £34 million overspent in the year, not the council's fault, not the cabinet's fault. It was to do with inflation and to do with the cost of goods. And so I came to a cabinet meeting where I lent them some support and said, if you're going to take tough decisions, if you're going to do this urgently, we will support you because this is what needs doing. Unfortunately, we didn't get any sense of urgency from the cabinet. Out of 34 million, we get a target of 4 million, which is peanuts. And it's easy to set an extremely low target and to overshoot it. You know, we can all do that. So it's a cabinet that talks about tough actions, but the progress is exceptionally slow. And indeed, the toughest decision that's been made in Kirklees probably so far have been kicked down the road by the cabinet, so Cal takes the rap for them, even though we know these are decisions which cabinet make and then get Cal to implement them. And cabinet sits back with its nothing to do with us gov attitude. But the most worrying thing, Mr. Mayor, is that given the administration's assumed budget gap in the years going forward, I have no confidence at all that they're actually going to have the bottle to take the decisions that are going to be needed at this council. And that's the most worrying thing. And in fact, Councillor Lawson, I think, hit the nail on the head. He said, you know, it's as if the cabinet is kind of treading water until they think there's going to be a change of government. The problem is, the Labour cabinet at the time did that in 2010. It did it for 5 years. It was so assured that there was going to be a change of Labour government to a Labour government in 2015 that they did nothing. There was nothing going on at all. And these were the years of austerity, of course. So they've done that. It didn't do us any good. And since then, we've had about 10 years of complete inaction from successive Labour cabinets. When you look at other large towns and cities nearby to Kirklees, you look at Leeds, you look at Wakefield, look at Barnsley, look at Halifax, major regeneration schemes that were all going on from 2010 forward, even in years of austerity, all carried out incidentally by Labour councillors at the time. Kirklees, nothing. And now you're coming to the feast at the last moment and the money's running out. I have to say, Mr. Mayor, I'm a fan of Doctor Who. And my son has got into Doctor Who. I've always enjoyed Doctor Who. I thought Tom Baker was the best Doctor Who, but opinions vary. And I just feel like entered the TARDIS and popped out 10 years later. And I'm listening to the same budget speeches by the administration that we were getting 10 years ago, and 9 years ago, and 8 years ago, and 7 years ago. And they've made the same one ever since. And we never get any further forward because they're kicking the things down the line. Mr. Mayor, it really is a case of we've been elected to do the best with what we have. That's what the residents want. The residents don't elected to say, right, we're electing you, go and change the government and get them to change policy. That's not why we're here. We are elected to do the best with what we've got on behalf of the residents. And unfortunately, we have an administration which is not listening. Always the council tax goes up by the maximum amount. It doesn't have to. You are not listening to people who just want basic, simple, efficient services, such as tips which are open when people can get to them, bins emptying at Christmas, protection from flooding. Simple things that people want, and we can't supply the basic services because we have a cabinet that doesn't listen. Councillor Scott mentioned giving out honours. Well, certainly the cabinet here would not get onto any honours board for local government. In fact, their report card at the moment says E for achievement and E for effort. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Khan.
Mr. Mayor, there ought to be a word for Tories who deny...
Councillor Khan, you can sit down and speak if you want to. You don't need to stand up. You can sit down. Councillor Bolt, below the belt, that wasn't it? Councillor Khan, you can sit down and speak. No, you're collapsing.
Word for Tories, local Tory councillors who deny any impact of government policy. And Councillor Hall talks about us regurgitating the same problems. But if government didn't delay so many things, like, for example, finding a proper solution to adult social care, then we wouldn't have to say the same thing year after year for each speech. And it's as simple as that. We all know that successive Conservative administrations have consistently failed to find a long-term solution for adult social care. Millions are welcomed for hospital discharges and to reduce the strain on the health service, but this doesn't address the issues around quality of care outside of hospitals, nor does it provide a solution to the long-term root cause of the crisis in adult social care. It's another, I'm afraid, sticking plaster solution. So if the government stops giving us sticking plaster solutions, we'll stop talking about sticking plaster solutions. The adult social care sector is under extreme pressure. Long-standing workforce and funding issues have been exacerbated by the cost of living crisis and the inflationary pressures. Adult social care remains grossly underfunded. The extra funding announced in the autumn statement falls significantly short of the 13 billion calculated by the LGA that is desperately needed to address the severity of pressures. Now, just to give an example of demographic pressures here locally, over the next 5 years in Kirklees, the number of people over the age of 85 is forecasted to increase by 16%. By 2020, 10% of the population will be over 75 years old. Demand for publicly funded adult social care is likely to continue to rise faster than the amount of money available to spend on it. In addition to this, these increasing demographic pressures, there's increased volume growth, heightened complexity of need, all of which may need a wider budget envelope. And for example, Kirklees Social Care Front Door has seen an extra 1,000 calls over the last 12 months. And since 2019, hospital discharge referral volumes have increased by a third. The number of home care service users being supported has grown by 58%. And it's down to the team's dedication and our overstretched
private sector and the council that we are just about managing this crisis. It is a crisis we are in. There's difficulties in recruiting and retaining staff, and this is down to uncompetitive pay. It's something that government could have resolved simply by aligning social care pay scales with NHS pay scales, but they haven't. The Tory government's financial settlement is based on the assumption that councils will raise council tax. This isn't a choice. The social care precept passes the cost of adult social care on already hard-pressed residents. Most local authorities, including Tory-led councils in the UK, are being forced to raise funds for adult social care through the precept rise in council tax. Let's be clear about this. This is a Tory tax. Again, it's another sticking plaster solution. Funding raised at local level is highly variable, which means more affluent councils are at an advantage compared to more deprived ones, as they're able to raise funds, more funds. This perpetuates inequalities between the north and the south. Okay, and just to illustrate our dependency on government, we're only 2.5 weeks away from April, and we're still waiting for government to confirm our public health grant. And that is appalling, and it's systematic failure on the government's behalf to protect the public. These delays are outrageous and again reflect incompetency. Mr Mayor, the Labour budget is the only viable proposal you see before you today.
Councillor O'Donovan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to have to disagree with Councillor Hall, which is probably a bit surprised. Studying Huddersfield on International Women's Day, I have to say Jodie Whittaker would be absolutely my favourite Doctor Who. I can't understand how it could be any other person other than Jodie Whittaker on a day like today. The second reason I want to disagree with Councillor Hall is the financial difficulties that this local authority face and other local authorities around the country face doesn't start with the war in Ukraine. It starts with the 2010-11 comprehensive spending review by the Conservative government that delivered us 12-13 years of austerity. Whether we like it or not, that's where it starts on. This is a cumulative effect of 13 years worth of austerity, reducing down the size of the public sector, not just local authorities, but police, fire, probation, prison, NHS, etc., etc. Every single area and department of the public sector has had less money to spend. And Councillor Homewood is right. What we also know is that the income that the government have taken in through taxation over the last 10-12 years has gone up. We're right. 2010-11, around 450 billion income from taxes. 2013-14, about 500 billion. 17-18, 600 billion. Last year, 715 billion income from taxes. Yet reduced expenditure over all those years, notwithstanding COVID, notwithstanding the war in Ukraine, but a regular reduction in core service grant to local public services since 2010, yet ever increasing receipts for the government from taxation. We're paying more, but we ain't getting nothing back. What we also know is that, some historical context, the reason that the government told us that we needed to do this in 2010 was to drive down the national debt. Drive down the national debt. Okay, it's laudable, I suppose, to drive down the national debt. Told us it was a problem. They said that they'd do that by 15-16. But what they did in 13-14 is told us that wasn't going to be achievable. So they pushed it to 17-18. And if you can follow this, in 15-16, they then told us that 17-18 wouldn't be achievable. Pushed it to 19-20. But in between times, George Osborne said, do you know what, we're just going to scrap those targets. We'll forget about national debt. And he took away the targets. He just scrapped it. We'd gone through so many years of austerity on the back of this need to drive down the national debt, which was a false statement in itself, all to be scrapped, all to be scrapped. And that was a disaster. It was a disaster that went before, and it's been a disaster what came before. We know, as I think Councillor Ramsey said, and Councillor Khan has just said, that the government expect us in our core spending power. They assume and expect that we will raise council tax. Why did they do that? Well, they do that because they know they're not giving us the money. They know that from the 1992 Local Government Finance Act, council tax and council tax precepts can be risen. It was your plan, it was your law in 1992. So they know that we have to do that because they ain't giving us the cash to do it ourselves. They know that the public are going to have to pay more because they don't want to give us the cash direct. But what we do know, that between 2010-11 and 21-22, we've raised around £44 million in council tax precept. Now, I ask, if we hadn't arisen the council tax precept in all those years, and would have voted against it, or would have frozen it, like Conservative members would wanted us to do, where would we have found those extra 44 million of savings? That 44 million that the public have paid in the last 10 years would have meant 44 million pounds of extra cuts to the size of this council, significant cuts. We knew then in about 15-16 that there was an added pressure of adult social care. It was looming, we saw it. The government saw it as well. Did they seek to help us? In some part, yeah. Did they put their hand in the pocket? No, they didn't put their hand in the pocket. They said, you know what you can do? You can raise more money through your adult social care precept. Ask the public to pay more. We won't give you any more. Ask the public to pay more. So we had to put that to council, didn't we? And between 16 and 17 and 22-23, £24 million has been raised in the adult social care precept. And again, I ask, if we hadn't have done that, how would we have paid for the £124 million worth of services for adult social care? Where would that money have come from? £170 million black hole there would have been over the last few years if we'd have gone down the route of being against council tax rises or abstaining from them or freezing them. And I asked, where would we have found £170 million to fill that black hole? The Conservative group, no, we wouldn't. They would have had to cut £170 million from services, and that would have been even more devastating than the 200 and odd million that we've already had to take out of our budgets through local government grants.
Councillor Donovan, your time is up.
Is it up already?
Yeah.
Support the Labour budget then, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Minute break. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to the amendments. As indicated earlier, 3 amendments have been received. Amendments will be moved and seconded consecutively in order that they were received, after which a debate will take place. Can I ask Councillor Taylor to now move the Conservative Group amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I add my congratulations to you for your year of office, although we still have a little while to go, don't we? Mr. Mayor, I am happy to stand today to speak in proposing the Conservative amendment to the proposed budget. As all the members have already mentioned, the backdrop to this year's budget is one of uncertainty about the direction for the country with an election within 2 years, the ongoing war in Ukraine, supply chain issues caused by the hangover from the pandemic and the changing relationship with Europe, inflationary pressures and concerns about energy security and prices. And yes, it's fair to say as well that the short-term one-year budget settlements by the government don't help long-term planning. It's difficult at the moment to predict the present, never mind the future. So a very difficult challenge in setting budgets and medium-term financial plans. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank Eamon and the team for the work they've done in getting us to this point. And I'm sure he's looking forward to handing on the baton and taking a well-earned rest. Before I talk to the amendment, I'd just like to recognise that there are 3 amendments here this evening, and I think all of them have merits. And I hope that whatever the outcome of this evening's debate is, that some consideration is given to some of the points that are raised in all of those amendments, as I think the Council and our residents will be better for some recognition and acknowledgement of that. If I move now to this administration, the administration talks about its ambition. And yes, it does like to propose big, ambitious, large-scale programmes like the Cultural Heart. But I think this administration is not ambitious enough about the things that matter to people as they go about their daily lives. They're not ambitious enough about improving the services that we provide. And I would argue that, once again, when things get tough, they do what they always do. Push up council tax to the maximum, whilst claiming they care about how tough it is for people managing their budgets, and cutting services that people need and value, like gritting roads, making household tips available when people need them. It's easy to propose big, grandiose schemes, but at the same time, they can't even get the bins emptied at Christmas. They talk about a Cultural Heart in Huddersfield and nice, shiny new buildings. But what confidence does anyone, other than the Cabinet, have in their ability to deliver or even make things work? When you reflect on some of the recent scandals over the costs of the George Hotel, or the mismanagement of our investment in the stadium, and the mixed messages over our leisure centres, doesn't bode well. We want our towns and villages to prosper, and importantly, our small businesses to increase their custom and encourage more people to shop in the area and not go to neighbouring districts. We know that car parking charges discourage people, especially now when household budgets are so tight. So we are proposing to allow people to have the first 30 minutes on us and hopefully tempt people back into our towns and villages, as not everyone can walk or cycle into our retail centres. And those of us representing large rural wards know this more than most. I would like to see a council that was ambitious about how it maintained and improved services across the district, so that we can once again take pride in where we live. To this end, a Conservative council would look to devolve many of the decisions that are taken on highways, parks, street cleaning and so on, and devolve these to ward councillors who are accountable to their residents and rightly ambitious for the places they represent. A Conservative administration will give the freedom to communities and their elected representatives to make decisions and choices that are right for them, not the Cabinet of Labour councillors. A Conservative council would recognise the challenges people are facing in stretching their own budgets and do our bit by keeping the council tax increase down to 2% and set a new ambitious direction for our borough, which is to keep costs down and as much as possible, and by being more ambitious about challenging the duplication and gold plating of policies and procedures that lead to lengthy reports and frameworks written in impenetrable language that have little meaning to the wider public. There's much more that we could do in this space. So, Mr Mayor, with this amendment, we get a reduction in the council tax bill for all residents, increased funding for improving our roads and tackling flooding that comes as a result of our changing climate, and stopping Labour's cuts to our waste facilities and winter maintenance programme, and joining the rest of West Yorkshire in getting our bins emptied at Christmas when we all have money to get rid of. I would urge colleagues to support this budget amendment and be ambitious for our borough and give communities the freedom to make decisions for themselves. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Is that seconded?
It's seconded, Mr Mayor, and reserve the right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. We will now move on to the amendment.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank you, Mr Mayor, for your service over the year. I know you've enjoyed it, and that is, I think, the most important thing for anybody who takes on the role that you've done. And 300 more visits, is it, you've been involved with? Brilliant, really good. And Eamon, thanks for 33 years of doing this. You don't get that for murder, do you? But there we go. But thanks for all your effort, and thanks for your help with our amendment. So what are we faced with today? In many ways, it's one of the worst budgets this council has ever seen, and we are looking at a bit of a precipice and not knowing quite where the future is actually going to take us. But we have pretty much stuck with the same system we've had for 20 more years in terms of national government dictating what local government does. This is not a partnership of equals. It is decided in Westminster how we are actually going to finance the things that we do locally. They set the limits. They set the targets. You can raise your council tax to this level. We will provide this money for you for this year. You might not know what you're going to get next year. And so that is not the way to properly respect local government and the work that we do. We get elected every year. They only get elected every 4 years. So that's one of the, 3 years out of 4. So we need fundamental change, and we need fundamental change about how local government is financed, and that needs to change. But as far as what goes on at Kirklees is concerned, it's really what we do locally that's important. How do we innovate? How do we do the things which show that we're on top of our game? Do we have the humility to learn from other councils, to look at what they do and how they operate? And a suggestion that the Green Group made a few years ago, which was rejected by the administration, would have demonstrated that. The Corporate Opportunities Register as a way of actually showing that the council, demonstrating that the council's looking at opportunities that are in front of it and addressing those. But there be those funding opportunities from external sources, be those partnerships that we could get involved with. And it's a real shame, I think, that the administration decided to throw that aside in a bit of a fit of pique, I think, at the time. So that was, I think, a huge mistake. So I rise to put forward the Green Group amendment. And here's a few ideas that we'll put to you, and I think anybody would be keen, I'm quite sure, to support them. So councils have been offered the power to trial enforcing moving traffic offences by government. So far, Kirklees has not taken up this option. We believe this is a missed opportunity, and we'll ask for the trial of enforcement weight limits using automatic number plate recognition cameras in 2 locations, in Flockton and in Armitage Bridge. Should this be successful, we will seek enforcement of other hotspots for moving traffic offences across Kirklees. Labour councils like Bradford and Sheffield have done this. We'd want to establish a company, a council-owned company, to help private householders improve their homes. Other councils have successfully established wholly owned companies that provide services local people want and generate profit which can be used to support council services. Oxford Direct Services, run by Oxford City Council, a Labour council, is a positive example of this. Everything from gardening services to improving insulation and heating standards in people's homes could be provided by such a company. This could provide opportunities for apprenticeships which help build up skills of young people and those seeking new employment opportunities, and it brings millions a year into council services. We could generate more renewable energy locally to support our swimming pools and leisure centres. Instead of paying £114,000 a year to an energy company for a dubious claim of green sourcing, we will use that revenue to leave it in £1.6 million in capital, and we will use that capital to invest in locally generated renewable energy that helps lower energy bills, not add to it. And we would target this investment at lowering the energy costs of Kirklees Active Leisure's assets to help reduce their energy costs and support the year-round use of swimming pools and sports halls. And we've got to look at the retrofit agenda, retrofit revolution in Kirklees. This council's made a start on retrofitting its own housing stock, and this is positive, but what is lacking is a financially sustainable model which can deliver improvement to homes at scale to a zero energy standard. Our proposal, based on the Energy Sprung model, addresses this and provides a way of building the capacity and capability to deliver for owner-occupiers and the wider housing sector. Councils such as Nottingham, a Labour council, and a number of London boroughs are already working together on Energy Sprung projects as part of the Retrofit Accelerator Homes Investment Partnership. They share best practice and expertise and have been successful in a number of funding bids to draw in millions of government funding to support this model. Adopting the Passive House standard or equivalent as the standard on all new council building projects. 7 years after an all-party Passive House group recommended that the council builds its new developments to the Passive House standard, Kirklees has got a pilot project for 12 houses. The lack of a policy on the standard for new build housing in Kirklees at a time when we ought to be leading by example is shameful. What can be learnt by building in Kirklees that can't be learnt from other progressive councils, such as Exeter City Council, which has adopted a Passive House standard for years? Exeter City Council is a Labour-led council. Why don't we adopt the solar PV panels on all council new build projects as standard? With rising energy prices, we need to find ways of reducing energy demand in homes. So as well as a fabric-first insulation approach, we could also use renewables as much as possible. Funding could be sought from the Combined Authority Gain Share funding, but failing that, HRA funds could be utilised to achieve this. Renewable energy installations in schools. The pupils of today are the citizens of tomorrow. Showing them that renewable energy helps power their school, be it from wind, solar or other renewable sources, is positive for learning and gives demonstration of a hope for a better future. For this scheme, we will seek funding through a community municipal investment or climate bond issue. This has been successful in the London Borough of Islington, a Labour council, and provides a return to community investors. And we also need to look at supporting active travel. We lack a programme to support the development of a protected cycleway network in Kirklees. The proposal that we've put forward would kick-start that programme, and we would push for a reprioritisation of the West Yorkshire Transport Fund away from road building and road widening projects. And I note that in this budget that 1.9 million of active travel funding has been cut. And I think one of the things that we should really be seeing and being open about here is what is being lost, because I've not really heard that from what's been told here today. Safer streets for all Those of us who've tried to get traffic calming to make people feel safer in their communities from speeding traffic have frequently been frustrated. Green councillors have prioritised ward budgets, public realm funding and other funds we could get our hands on to get roads traffic calmed, to make roads safer for pedestrians and cyclists. This has been the face of limited budgets and against Kirklees Highways policy. We need sustained funding to support area-wide traffic calming on residential roads so we're able to respond positively to community concerns, taking a preventative approach to traffic speeds rather than one rationed on the basis of injury accidents. And better adult social care. Positive work has been carried out a few years ago by the administration, helping establish Valley Care, a community-based care cooperative. Our proposal is to provide staff to support the development of community-based care cooperatives in Kirklees. Members of the care cooperatives will have a stake in the organisation they work for, and the emphasis is on care, not the profit motive. We will support the development of care cooperatives that will operate on the basis of reinvesting surpluses in improving and extending the services they offer to provide a wide range of care services. These cooperatives will provide all staff with at least the living wage, a training programme which supports development and progression. And this model of care provision will also play a role in raising standards in the wider housing sector. So please support the Green Party amendment. It is the budget amendment Labour should have had.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Is that seconded?
Seconded and reserve the right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We will now move on to the amendment from the Liberal Democrat group. Can I invite Councillor Lawson to move the amendment?
Thank you, Mayor. I rise to move the Liberal Democrat amendment to the Labour's budget for 2023-24. I will thank again the 151 officer Eamon, as well as the directors and staff for their information and swift answers to our questions. It was particularly appreciated this year, and it would have been a real struggle had we not had that full commitment from them. The amendment was put together by the group as a whole, but has been limited by the impossibly tight window we had of just days to view the proposals and respond. Still, we've been able to put together an amendment that reflects some of our values as Liberal Democrats and some of the things that we think people want to see and benefit from in Kirklees. You'll hear from group colleagues some of the detail of some of our schemes, and they fall under the broad themes of cleaner, greener, safer, something that's already in our council plan. But none of it is rocket science. We're trying to respond with practical measures to the issues that each and every one of us gets to hear about on a regular basis. We hear about it on the doorstep, on the phones, in our community groups, at our surgeries, at the pictures. It's a true story. Issues that people care about seldom change. They're always repeated, and we hear them a lot. They get upset when traffic is congested, and they can taste fumes in the air. We made provision for highways infrastructure improvements, and we've expanded a clean air programme that was taken up after our last budget amendment. They get upset when they see people driving antisocially. We've rolled out the partnership working with police that was effective and popular in Batley and Spen. I need to give a nod to Councillor Thompson here for his work on that. They feel pushed about when they see their local heritage disappear and new developments overstep the mark. We've allowed for some repair work for our excellent planning officers to get the team strength that they need. People want things to work, and they want to be heard. The more locally that happens, the more effective it is. We've made provision for area committees or something that does that job for those that want them and can make them work. We've listened and made an effort to respond thoughtfully. One of the questions we ask with any spend or cut or increase is it necessary? Is it fair? At one of the recent cabinet meetings, I listened to housing rents were being put up by a maximum of 7%. At the time, that seemed harsh to those who were renting from Kirklees and not receiving any benefits. I'm still not sure of the numbers that are involved in that group of people, but in principle it seemed that they were getting hit by us with rent and council tax rises at the same time. Now, being a good Liberal Democrat, I put this situation to the group. And as Councillor Marchington on my left here, who pointed out HRA still needs that cash in the same way as we still need council tax revenue, and it's vital. The limited savings per household, with tinkering with that rent rise, would be massively outweighed if we made our housing stock easier to heat and more energy efficient at a time when energy companies make huge profits from energy subsidies to the public. From that, we have the amendment on the passive house standards. It's a principle at work in the Green Amendment, which we'll be supporting. That's if Labour don't vote for the Conservative amendment and bring an end to the voting procedure. The Liberal Democrat amendments are practical solutions to residents' genuine concerns, and I'm sure we'll see some of our amendments appear during the coming year if they're not adopted today. They're fully costed and signed off as legally acceptable, and I commend this amendment to the Council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Is that seconded? Thank you, Councillor Marchington. All amendments have now been moved and seconded. Are there any comments on the amendments? Councillor Bill Armour.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise to speak in support of the Conservative amendment, which is naturally the best amendment on the table and would bring significant enhancement to the administration's proposals. In particular, I will speak of the Conservative proposal within the amendment to set aside £100,000 to fund a feasibility study into a bypass for Flockton. Flockton suffers greatly from a tremendous volume of traffic passing through the village on journeys to and from the Wakefield area. A significant proportion of this traffic is moving between the M1 at Bretton and the M62 at Brickhouse and vice versa. Such traffic brings no benefit to Flockton, but brings great inconvenience and too often danger to residents. Flockton is, of course, within my ward of Kirkburton. Nonetheless, this is not a single ward issue. I expect such a feasibility study to include a detailed treatment of the connected issues regarding the B618, which starts life as Lyrie Lane at Grange Moor, changes name 6 or 7 times before emerging at as Cornbridge Road at its junction with the A62 Leeds Road at Bradley. On this journey, the B618 brings traffic problems to Kirkburton, Murfield, Dalton and Ashbrow wards. Indeed, at peak times, it brings traffic chaos to these wards. Although classified as a relatively minor B road, it is actually a major route through a significant part of the borough. It is also grossly overladen and carries volumes of traffic well above its design limits. Whilst the B618 brings severe problems to Grangemore, Upper Hopton, Kirkheaton, Upper Heaton and Cornbridge, before adding to the well-known problems at Cooper Bridge, the largest issues are found in Flockton, which sits astride the A637 Barnsley Road. Barnsley Road picks up the journey with the B618 at Grangemore roundabout and runs through the village of Flockton before exiting the borough near New Hall. Whilst the B618 is overloaded as a B road, the A637 is grossly over-promoted as an A, parts of it being akin to a C road and the rest no better than a B. The people of Flockton are at their wits' end. They have been consistently ignored by a variety of Labour and Labour-led administrations, and on the rare occasions when a Cabinet member has responded to them, they have simply been left with a flat no when they have asked for help to address the traffic issues in the village. At various times in the recent past, the Labour or Labour-led administration of the day has refused to even consider preparing a case to put to the Combined Authority to seek relief for Flockton. Meanwhile, Flockton has seen more than its fair share of new housing. Whilst Flockton residents are not responsible for the traffic issues besetting their village, it is a fact that additional housing, generating additional car journeys, does nothing to improve their lot. I do recognise this council faces financial problems, but I believe that we must still pay attention to the legitimate concerns of our residents about their day-to-day experiences. This amendment seeks to do that in various ways and concentrating on one. I do feel very strongly that we need to have a proper feasibility study to consider the options for a bypass for Flockton, but one which includes close consideration of also relieving the pressures on the B618. So it is, Mr Mayor, that I commend the Conservative amendment to Council.
I think my time.
Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr.
This is the red dye that camouflaged me.
Yeah, got my message beforehand. I'd like to speak surprisingly against the Conservative amendment. Well, where do I even start? I was trying to think of a gentler phrase to open here, but this is the biggest load of nonsense I've ever read, and I've read a lot. This year, the Conservative government are expecting councils to raise council tax by 5%, with 9 in 10 local authorities doing so. The Conservative group are proposing withholding 3%. Last year, they proposed withholding 2%. The year before that, they proposed no council tax increase at all. The year before that, they proposed withholding another 2%, and so on. You get the idea. All the while tapping to what the Conservatives clearly view as a bottomless pit of reserves. Now, it may be a nice thing to put on your election leaflets, but the reality is if we genuinely listened to this Conservative group, this council would have gone bankrupt years ago. The Flockton bypass is something, a green belt development you're in favour of. That's interesting. An amendment to extend highways resurfacing to the tune of a couple of million. I appreciate Councillor Hall hasn't been the cabinet member responsible for highways for a very long time. But so he may be a little out of the loop, but the recent figure I got was 320 million. That's how much it would cost to repair Kirklees' entire road network. A couple of million will not even touch the sides. Scaling back the regeneration plans for our towns and villages, I've said it before, and the Conservatives say in their own amendment, some of our towns are a good decade behind some of our neighbours. But the Conservative solution is to put us 2 decades behind. That's a very novel approach. Ambitious for our borough, what a joke. I've heard a number as well, most shamefully, I've heard a number of Conservative councillors in this chamber praising the work of our council officers without which we would not be able to do anything for our communities. But in their budget amendments, the Conservative group are proposing deeper efficiencies, let's call them what they really are, cuts, which will put further pressure on council officers while ceasing support for the trade unions who represent them. Your hollow praise cannot be heard of the deafening sound of the bus you are throwing council staff under in the cost of living crisis from your own government's creation. I appreciate I can only speak on this particular amendment, but I would like to briefly touch on the other amendments from the Greens and Liberals. I would like to remind Councillor Cooper he's a Conservative councillor, one of the most deprived areas in the country, not from Oxford. They're proposing a seemingly never-endless pie-in-the-sky wish list of amendments, bought and paid for, just like the Conservative amendments, by obscene levels of borrowing. I appreciate the acoustics aren't the best in this chamber, but have none of you been listening to what has been said over the past 6 months? You cannot borrow your way out of inflation. It's not a plan, it's a fairy tale. Those are the words of Rishi Sunak. I assume the local Tories are among the 60% of your own ranks who voted against him, given what you're proposing here. If the solution to Kirklees woes was just, let's borrow more and that'll fix everything, do you not think we would have done that already? We need national government to properly fund our public services, as I've said before and as many councillors from all parties have said. But until we see that, I'll repeat what I said a few months ago, that if we listen to opposition parties in Kirklees, we'll be tipped over the edge. And it's not a magical adventure that awaits us. Just ask Croydon, Slough or Thurrock. But I get it. These amendments make it hard to believe, but none of you are fools. You're just cynics. You're all far from power in Kirklees and are just proposing these wish lists that you get to slap on your election leaflets, say, look how great we are, and don't actually take the council budget seriously for another year. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. I expect better from opposition members. The people of Kirklees should expect better from opposition members, and I hope that your constituents will demand better from opposition members at this year's local elections. Now, I'm not here doing backflips over the proposed budget either. I understand, you've heard the amazing work that's been done in very tough times, but these are difficult decisions being made, which as a Labour councillor, I do not wish to see. But they need to be made. They're the difficult decisions of a responsible party of government. They're decisions which have to be made in response to a national government run by rank amateurs. We had 6 weeks of Liz Truss, and as a country from Kirklees to King's Lynn, we're still paying the price for it. Worse yet, many Tories think she did nothing wrong. It is that ineptitude, that arrogance that has made this country progressively worse over the past 13 years. To my Labour colleagues, we need to redouble our efforts and kick these Tories out of government office as quick as we can, because the people of Kirklees cannot simply afford them for a moment longer. After over a decade of austerity, we're still here. Kirklees Labour are fighting to protect the most vulnerable, while the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats, let's not forgive or forget this, they have been trying to play both the role of firefighter and arsonist. If the Conservative members, as well, are looking for the party whose incompetent management of public money has necessitated...
Councillor Hawkins,
they need only look in...
Ms. Phillips. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to speak in general in support of the Liberal Democrat amendment, but in particular about one detail that's within that. One of the things that's listed is it includes £1 million, it's a lot of money, split over the 2 years to fund a full review of the local plan. Remember the local plan? There's half of it, right? There's a lot more to come. The review has already been mandated, but it needs proper funding so it can take place sooner rather than later and in the right detail. Current plan is already 4 years old, and as we know, it was based on ONS data from 2014, resulting in an overstating of the housing requirements. And some of the bits of the reference detail in there dates back to 2010, so it's already, it was already nearly 10 years out of date when the plan was implemented. Since the plan was agreed, there's been a drift in the use of land allocated for both housing and for employment development. And at the time, we have no data regarding how much of the plan has been delivered and how effective that delivery has been in meeting the needs of our residents. There was an overall target to build 31,000 plus a few new homes by 2031. The plan details what should be being built in granular detail, and I've not read all the granular bits, but a lot of it. And how many of those have been built and how many do we actually really need now? Since the plan was put in place, we find ourselves in a very different landscape. Cost of living crisis, and don't forget COVID and the halts that put on building and the rise in building materials and all of the other impacts that we've all seen and heard much about in the past months. But we are, and following COVID and following changes, we are working and commuting patterns have changed, and we are being told every day how the housing market is collapsing. In Almondbury, we have 3 large areas currently allocated for development and in different stages of planning application. And we have other areas allocated for further development, well over 1,000 dwellings. Local residents don't necessarily want all of these, and they may not be needed under new data. These are greenfield sites requiring trees to be cut down, waterways diverted, with the loss of habitats, open spaces. They're encroaching on ancient woodland, and they'll impact archaeological sites as well. There'll be other sites in other wards with bigger and more impactful developments. I appreciate that. And I'm not saying we should have no plan, far from it. What I'm saying is we don't want to be put ourselves back at the mercy of developers without knowing what our 5-year housing needs are. And to do this, we need accurately to review the plan, to look at the detail, to look at our current needs now. And that's why we need to fund the review of the local plan properly. Therefore, I commend the Liberal Democrat amendment to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Wood.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick one, really. It's on the Liberal Democrat amendment. I'm not supporting the amendment. Right. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, I listen intently to what all the groups say at the council meetings and some of the points they put across, and I listen to what the Liberal Democrat group say, and sometimes say some, very interesting things. And I look at some of the stuff in this amendment, and I can understand why you don't necessarily agree with it, but I can understand why you're proposing it and what you're trying to achieve with that. The bit that concerns me, though, is the capital investment section and the kind of parochial individual ward schemes there. I personally think that the, traffic light in Almondbury, good for a leaflet, but I think as a serious amendment to the budget, I don't think we should be looking at small individual schemes in that way. As an administration, we've got to think about the... But I agree, but I presumed you wanted us to adopt your amendment. That's what I was trying to speak to. And I don't think it's a serious amendment because yes, road safety and those transport, that's important. But I think we need to look at the overall picture of the schemes in Kirklees. I don't know whether you've gone through every ward and looked at which road safety schemes have been proposed and what's there. But I would have thought that as the Liberal Democrats, you would want to be looking at the entirety of Kirklees. So for me, that just doesn't make it a serious amendment that we can look to support. So probably wasn't going to be supporting it anyway, but that's the issue for me there. I think we should look more broadly at across the council, and I think, unfortunately for me, it takes away from some of the other points you're making that are more serious. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warner.
I want to, my last opportunity to speak in council, and I just wanted to, for a moment, ask us if we could all just forget our allegiances. Easy for me, of course. That we're not Labour, we're not Lib Dems, we're not Tories. We are first and foremost citizens of this planet. And I really want to support the Green Amendment because what continues to happen, the Green issues always go to the bottom of the agenda because rightly, as all the Labour colleagues have argued very well, for all the vital services they need to provide, I wouldn't be in their shoes, really tough decisions. Words fail me for this government and what they've done in the last 13 years. That well-known fact that we're still the 5th richest country in the world. And in the last 10 years, there's been a 200% rise in billionaires. And we cannot afford to provide decent services and give money to our local authorities. It's obscene. So you have youth workers who are having to go to crowdfunding to get their funds. We pay people who look after our elderly less than we pay dog walkers, and the list goes on. But if we don't start taking seriously the state of our planet, not 6 or every single river in this country is polluted. The brief window we had in lockdown, and I would say it was the best council meeting I've ever been to when we met after lockdown, because for a brief while we had a bigger enemy than each other and each political. We had this virus going round, or whatever it will have turned out to be. But this council was one of the most generous in the country at providing support, at putting officers in place. And when I listened and talked to people in other parts of the country, we did brilliantly. And what we also did as ward councillors, we worked together across the community and provided lots of wonderful services and community groups that have stayed to this day. And at that council meeting, we weren't attacking each other, we were sharing good practice. And I think a great way forward for councils is to first and foremost, we are community activists. Yes, we all have our different politics. I'm clearly an environmental socialist. I don't really have a home anywhere. And I dreamed of a better world a few years ago. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it, Andrew. But the ideas of active travel, I mean, when we talk about this thing about extra collections at Christmas, I'm sorry, but 13 years ago, there was a little thing we all had in Sustainable School Agenda. And remember the words reuse, refuse and recycle? It was all about getting people to buy less, to reuse things. That's gone out the window. Buy more. And yet our planet can't stand it. My kids are in their 30s and they totally believe they are, and I won't use the word, but beginnings with F, all right? I've got told off for saying words at the wrong time already. And I think that if we really, really could just vote from our heart, if David Attenborough was standing here saying, for goodness sake, what's it going to take? If every planning thing that went through, the first thing you looked at was biodiversity, and all the things that are proposed in this amendment, who can argue with more renewable energy? Who can argue with more active travel? My village is full of people who think they have a right to drive a four-wheeled vehicle anywhere they want. Well, maybe those days have got to change, but we're going to need government policy to do that. And I am really, really concerned about where we're heading when we're still concentrating on the holes in the road and the bins. There are much bigger issues facing us, and I really do wish everybody in this room could vote and say, this Green Party budget amendment would be a great addition to the Labour motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Warner. Councillor Watson.
I've heard so much tonight about, which is essentially a slanging match regarding national politics. I'm not going to even get drawn into that. We're here to do... We're here to do local business. We're here for the residents of Kirklees, and I'm here for the residents of Denby Dale in particular. And what I'm looking at here tonight is a budget for this council for the next year. And it's a budget that allocates hundreds of millions of pounds to the town centres. And I've heard Councillor Davis and I've heard Councillor Scott both refer to fairness tonight. And I've heard Councillor Lukic step in and say it isn't fair because Dewsbury's getting its allocation reduced. It's only getting a modest amount compared to Huddersfield. But Dewsbury is still getting millions and millions of pounds allocated to it. Now, if one does a word search on this budget, the words Denby Dale come up 4 times. Once is in relation to the parish council, and the other 3 times are talking about the council tax contribution that the residents of Denby Dale are going to make to Kirklees. How much they're going to throw into that pot that's going to be spent in Dewsbury and Huddersfield. So if we look at this and think about things like the £20 million that's going to be allocated to a hotel in Huddersfield, and then think about what we get in Denby Dale. When I go around the area, I see roads that have potholes, faded markings, road signs that are damaged, missing, things like that. We have fly tipping. We have people crying out for more grit bins. We live in quite a hilly area, but various developments are told they can't have any more grit bins. We have concerns about traffic volumes, speeding, road safety, things like that. All these are the matters that are raised with me on a regular basis. But yet all the money in this budget, or vast sums of the money in this budget, hundreds of millions of pounds, are being ploughed into the town centres. We'd only need a little bit of money in Denby Dale to sort out some of these issues, but it's not a priority for this council, is it? Denby Dale doesn't really matter. If we look at the Conservative amendment, however, we have some serious issues in here, serious proposals that would make an impact. We intend that the highway resurfacing programme should be extended. That is one of the major concerns that's raised with me. Probably well over 50% of the communications that I receive relate to highways issues. We have a suggestion that power should be devolved down to the councillors in terms of allocating funds and so forth. And that makes perfect sense. Let the local councillors have a greater input on spending on highways, road safety, parks maintenance, street cleaning, and so forth, so that we are directly accountable to our residents. The tips. It makes perfect sense. It seems absolutely logical to me. We suffer from quite a lot of fly tipping, particularly around the lanes in our area. The tips need to be open so that people can go there. And of course, the good old, the favourite one, the Christmas bin collection. I think I've been raising this for most of the time that I've been on this council. Okay, that should be reinstated. We should not have to go weeks and weeks with rubbish piling up. So for me, this budget, the focus is completely wrong. It's inward looking as far as the town centres are concerned. It disregards the area that I represent, and the Conservative amendment would go a long way towards rectifying that. And therefore, I would strongly urge every one of you to support the Conservative amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to comment on the Conservative amendment as well. It doesn't start well, does it? In the very first sentence, our Conservative friends have decided to attempt to rewrite history. Can I just set something straight here? The current cost of living crisis, which is crippling so much of this country, was not mainly caused by the war in Ukraine. Our residents, our businesses and our services were already becoming in dire straits before Mr Putin even set one foot on Ukrainian soil. It has been suggested that we need in Kirklees to listen, and I would like to turn this round. This amendment just shows how out of touch and how little the Conservative Party have listened to local and national issues. Not listening means suggesting things that really probably aren't the biggest priority at the moment. Suggesting bypass feasibility studies, weekly bin collections around Christmas, further efficiencies, their job cuts, don't forget, half an hour free parking, lovely ideas, but not across the whole of Kirklees when feeding our children and heating our homes are the real need for our residents. Alongside that, nurses and teachers and our frontline services at food banks, how can that be ignored? No surprise that this is an insubstantial, weak and quite out of touch amendment. We already had failures before the Ukraine conflict. In the last 14 years of Tory government, they failed to ensure that we trained enough doctors, dentists and nurses. They failed to invest in greener, cheaper energy, leaving us at the mercy of other countries for our own energy. They failed to support local government, which is the very bedrock of the way that our society works, to the point where we have authorities going bust. Somebody's not listening somewhere. And they failed to address the crisis in adult social care, national housing. All those are basic needs of society. So I'll go back. No real surprise that this is an insubstantial, weak and out-of-touch amendment, much like the government it represents, I suppose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Munro.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm speaking in support of the Lib Dem budget. I heard the comments made earlier in relation to our amendment. I believe our amendment is relevant, it's meaningful, and it provides a base to start to address the needs of local residents. It proposes, amongst other things, future options feasibility of Tilson Museum to safeguard our local heritage, which, believe me, needs safeguarding because we are being stripped of our heritage in our area. Now the Council's plans for the cultural heart are to be phased. It could be many years before the new museum plans for Huddersfield are realised. So while the Council is focused on delivering its Cultural Heart programme, it is, I believe, imperative that Tilson Museum should not be neglected. We would therefore like to set up a future options feasibility for Tilson to ensure our important local heritage does not diminish and its popularity with the public continues for many years, so it remains a special place in our area for future generations. I'd just like to say a few more words now in relation to the local plan. I just want to add a few words in support of our amendment for funding of the local plan, which my colleague Paola Davies has already spoken on. While the Lib Dem group were pleased to see the Council have finally decided to carry out a much-needed review of the local plan, I believe the funds proposed in our amendments are vital if this Council is now carrying out a review. The funding will ensure a review can start immediately. This needs to happen to ensure we have policies in our local plan that are fit for purpose and relevant, so we do not end up in a situation where former Greenbelt sites allocated for housing that we do not need do not get built. In the meantime, it's a shame the Council have chosen to wait to undertake a 5-year review, because they could have chosen to do this much sooner. As our predictions showed, as ONS predictions showed, fewer people would be living in Kirklees, and that was even before the local plan was adopted by this Council. I would therefore like to request that any future revised local plan must take into account local priorities, actual housing need based on up-to-date population numbers, type of housing required such as affordable housing, and that greater weight be given to health and well-being, environmental constraints, biodiversity, and address building standards, so our future housing stock will meet our net zero targets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Munro. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I want to begin by saying, Councillor Hall, I really loved that you mentioned Doctor Who in your contribution. It's really nice to hear that you're watching it with your kids. I'm also a massive Doctor Who fan. David Tennant was my favourite Doctor. I also really liked Matt Smith. I dressed as Matt Smith for many a Halloween party. Would have worn that costume to council tonight, but it's no longer wearable outdoors because I wore it to Halloween parties. And given she's a chat lass, I do need to give a shout out to Jodie Whittaker, of course. And I think, you know, it was very pertinent that you raised the analogy of Doctor Who, David, but I do have some bad news for you. You aren't Doctor Who. You are a different character. I'm afraid to say you're a baddie. A pantomime villain who calls himself the Master. A man who just wishes that he could rule, and if he got his way, he'd bring nothing but ruin with his disastrous budget amendment from last year. But the good news is, colleagues, that the Master never wins, and the doctors are here to save the day. Before I begin the actual speech that I was planning to give, colleagues, I want to thank Eamon for all of his work that he's done for this council before we send him to the farm where retiring finance directors go to rest. I've worked with... It's not. But it's the farm in the sky, Viv. But thank you, Eamon, for all of your work that you've done. You've done an exceptional job, and I've had the privilege of working with you when I was on CGAC as well as in the Cabinet, so thank you very much. And I want to thank all of the finance team, Paul, and my teams as well, who've done exceptional work in bringing this budget together. I'm proud that this is a budget that protects all of our climate projects and ambitions. Nothing has been lost or scaled back. In the budget, where we've been forced to cut considerably, all of our actions are still ongoing. Over 100 of them have been delivered or are ongoing, and we'll be bringing forward further high priority actions in the new municipal year. So I really want to thank my team, who are absolutely incredible. We're one of the most successful councils in the country when it comes to bidding for external funding to deliver on climate projects. This year, we've brought in a total of £9 million external from the council, and that doesn't include £8 million that I'm not allowed to tell you about right now because it's currently under embargo, but I'm very excited to tell you about it soon. And this year, we're going to be putting in further ambitious bids to continue to deliver against our climate change action plan. The same is true of our brilliant cultural team, and I want to take this opportunity to thank some of the key funders who are investing in our services and enabling them to deliver on the culture and climate ambitions for the district. We've been told that this investment that they give us is due to the ambition, leadership and strategic direction of the administration and its senior officers, and that we've demonstrated and now have confidence into investing in us. So I want to thank the Arts Council England, the National Lottery, Youth Music, the Arts Fund and West Yorkshire Combined Authority for the £3.5 million that our team have secured in external funding from them on top of our core budget. Colleagues, this is a budget that, despite the circumstances, is still incredibly ambitious for our communities. We're still investing in our play areas, like we have done in the Rec in Skelmanthorpe and Warburton Rec in Emily in my ward. It protects the most vulnerable children's and adult services and supports people through the cost of living crisis. We're still increasing investment in our roads, like the resurfacing that we'll be doing on Albert Road in Clayton West, Southcroft in Upper Denby and Heath Lane in Upper Cumberworth, and the many other roads that have already been done as a result of this council's investment. And imagine, Mr Mayor, if the government not only funded us properly, but shared our ambition for Kirklees. Imagine, Mr Mayor, the transformational change that could have been delivered if this Conservative government had not rejected this council's plan to invest in the Penistone line twice. The second time it was rejected because we put in a second bid because they told us, oh, we're really sorry that we rejected your first one. It was actually a fantastic bid that met all of our criteria. Please do put it in again. We put it in again, rejected by this Conservative government, which would have not just impacted on Denby Dale, but would have impacted on many wards across this chamber, including Councillor Taylor's. In the context we face, this is a budget that we can be proud of. I didn't come into politics to manage Tory decline or to do the dirty work at a local level for Tory governments. But on that, colleagues, I have good news. Change is on its way.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Bolt.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And can I say it's a pleasure to follow the Denbydale Davros in making a speech. Mr Mayor, I rise to support the Conservative amendment, and I call on members of other parties to honour their previous promises and commitments to the public about when they will be supporting the Conservative amendment. This is a budget which supports our communities. It's a budget for the many, not the few, Mr Mayor. It's recognising the need to review and revise winter maintenance services, which resonates very well today with many of our residents. It's a budget which may change the Labour dogma, which refuses to see the residents in many new developments across the borough benefit from winter maintenance, while its members have supported those very developments. Mr Mayor, that is hypocrisy of the highest order. Mr Mayor, it offers residents better roads and efficiencies. Efficiencies are essential. Anybody coming from North Kirklees today, and once again, Mr Mayor, we'll have to explain this for the Leader of the Council, who is a Huddersfield man, that North Kirklees is that area beyond Cooper Bridge. Having lived and worked for 30 years in Huddersfield. Mr Mayor, I'm sure as you came in your new car down the A62, you'd have crossed a beautiful piece of tarmac at Whittaker Street. You then go on to a terrible worn-out section of road from Whittaker Street to Old Fieldhouse Lane that has a sign on saying, we are investing in improving your roads. Well, not at that point, because the lack of efficiency in highways means the 600 metres of one of our principal roads which will not be rebuilt during this programme. Each side of it will be, but not that section, and that's something which I've raised with Cabinet before. How can that be efficient, Mr Mayor? Our budget will give better services to communities through Christmas collections, as other councils in the area do, and giving greater access to our tip sites, on which I was reminded by residents of Oakenshaw recently of the situation that they face. They are, Mr Mayor, maybe a mile away from a household waste site just across the border in Bradford, but have to take any of their waste across the borough and go to either Dewsbury, Huddersfield or Birstall because of the draconian bans that came in, I think instigated by Wakefield in about 2010, and which a former chief executive of Kirklees said they will work to reverse. Mr Mayor, that reversal is long overdue. how does that situation contribute to this council's climate emergency motion, to Mayor Brabin's climate emergency, to reduce emissions and congestion on our roads? It can't be right, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, one of the Labour spokesmen mentioned that
Can we have one conversation, please? Thank you.
Mr Mayor, a Labour spokesman mentioned that workers are moving from being key workers to working in warehouses. Again, Mr Mayor, that seems to be a certain amount of hypocrisy, because it's this leader and cabinet who are working to build one of the biggest warehouses that we've ever seen. And I believe the planning report has just been issued saying that this council supports it, Mr Mayor. That development, Mr Mayor, we must remember, will see the desecration of countryside, many more HGVs and other vehicles on our roads with no facilities for parking or holding them until they're allowed on site. And remember, Mr Mayor, the Freedom of Information request showed that the leader had done some kind of a deal with the developer to hold back information until after previous elections. Mr Mayor, that is inappropriate. Under what section of the procedure? Mr Mayor, he must declare...
Councillor Bolt, I'm just about to ask him.
Yeah.
Declare.
Mr Mayor, that is inappropriate.
What evidence has he got, Mr Mayor?
Based on your freedom of information.
Mr Mayor, can I speak, please? Yeah, he has done this on numerous times. I have nothing to do with the planning committee. I have had no dealing with the report that's been prepared, and it continues to mislead council, and I want an apology, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Bolt. Yeah, I'm just going to go.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I remind the leader, and can we reset the clock, what the freedom of information request said?
Councillor Bolt, you obviously just said that you lied about some...
Well, Mr Mayor, that in itself then is a lie, because I was quoting from the Freedom of Information, which said, please tell the leader and deputy that we agree to their requests not to go public until after the election. That's what the Freedom of Information said. Were you not the leader of the council?
Councillor Bolt, can I just look in... Just a minute. Yeah, go on.
No, I think just what you need to do is kind of step to stop.
Who was...
Councillor Bolt, can we just stick to what we were talking about rather than having... Bolt!
That is the point. He is misleading.
No.
That is what I said.
Councillor Bolt.
Do you want to take an adjournment?
Yeah. Have an adjournment, please. Members, Councillor Block, do you want to clarify the situation, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for officers for their assistance. Firstly, Mr Mayor, just for a point of clarity, and I'm happy to do so for Councillor Scott, the period that we were talking about is early 2021. I referred to the Leader and Deputy, and I'm happy to clarify that, as I have done before, Councillor Scott was not the Deputy Leader at that time. So anything that was said was referring to that time and timescale. So, Councillor Scott, I'm happy to clarify that. After some deliberation, Mr Mayor, we've found the email that I referred to, and I will quote in its entirety. Hi, David. It was good... Doesn't actually say on the photo shot who it's with, but hi, David. It was good to meet you, and thanks again for taking the time to speak. I thought you would like to know that we've paused starting the public consultation until after the local elections. I'd be grateful if you could advise the Leader and Deputy Leader accordingly. I see now we have a further call in the diary, and it'd be good to speak again. That was the entire thing. Obviously, I drew an inference from that, which was my honest opinion based without having it in front of me, Mr Mayor. So that was my honest opinion. So should anything happen, it is essential that I say that was my honestly held opinion based on the memory, and I'm now quoting from the FOI as it stands, Mr Mayor. So I hope that clarifies. I was...
Thank you for that, Councillor Bolt. Thank you. I just want to remind members that we've got a number of speakers, and I just wanted to ask, do the members still want to be speaking on their points?
You can take them off if you want.
If you want to take them off, then I know who's...
You can delete their name off.
Can you just remind Councillor Bolt has 2 more minutes?
Yeah.
And can I just remind members that Councillor Bolt has got still 2 more minutes left.
So if they want to take it off, they can delete it.
And if you want to take your names off, take your names off now if you want, please.
Thank you.
Councillor Bolt.
Mr Mayor, if we're getting our metaphorical TARDIS and go back a few minutes, you'll remember what I was saying. I'm sure I can reiterate should members wish. Mr Mayor, the Conservative amendment, for the many, not the few, includes the Flockton bypass study, which, as we've heard, and Councillor Armour quite rightly put it, must include the impact assessment on the full B6118 corridor, in line with the previously agreed council motion. So, Mr Mayor, returning to what I said, and it seems a lifetime ago, that other members had promised that at certain times they would support a Conservative council amendment. Mr Mayor, I remind those parties, they said it would be a cold day before they supported a Conservative Party amendment. Mr Mayor, today is that cold day. Mr Mayor, this is that Conservative amendment, and I urge the whole council to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bolt. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to oppose the Conservative amendment, and I think that's no shock to you. This is an insult not only to the people in this chamber's intelligence, but to the people of Kirklees. The cost of living crisis is nothing to do with the war in Ukraine. It's a culmination of disastrous Conservative 13 years ideological stupidity and appalling policy choices and rank incompetence. I don't blame others. So please don't blame others. Take responsibilities for your own actions and what you have created. And it's just a reminder that your policies had reduced the economy in this country, which my colleague had already said, in this country well before the war in the Ukraine. Try years of austerity, the shambles of Brexit, the Brexit implementation, and the questionable and still questionable COVID fiasco. All this was under the Conservative. You've done it all by yourself, not in collusion with others, but all by yourself. So you're out of touch, and the lack of services are a result of what your funding government offers. It's a pittance. So I close by saying, I think you should repent in what you've done.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Andrew Pinnock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make quite a long speech, but I think, given that the recent altercation, I will tone it down. I rise to support our amendment, not surprisingly, and I look upon this sort of thing as trying to fill in some of the holes. You know, to fill in some of the things that we wish they'd put in, but they didn't. And amongst those are the having additional staff in the Planning Enforcement Service, which is under considerable pressure and on numerous occasions have found very difficult to get anything done. You do eventually, but it takes a lot of work. That's one thing. There's something in here which I think is really good, and that's free bulky waste collections. I think that would help. Councillor Watson seems to have a problem with fly tipping. If people were able to have their bulky waste taken away free, then that might help a great deal in that sort of thing. But the one thing I must talk about here is to do with the replacement of the misspelt. It's actually Oakenshaw Cross. Now, if the council was doing its job, it would have put that cross back. It had to be removed for its own safety, if you like, because having been hit by several vehicles. It is now under tarpaulins in a safe place, but not where it should be, which is out in the open. Now, I'm quite surprised that the council has not sought money from its insurers, because this is the kind of public liability thing that you would think councils would have an insurance policy to deal with. So, in lieu of that, we put some money in the budget to ensure that the cross is put back, because at the moment there's no commitment to put it back anywhere, whether the original place or somewhere else. Now, obviously, I want it in its original place, but if that's the only way to get it by putting some money in, then personally, and on behalf of the residents of Oakenshaw, who sometimes think they are ignored by the council bosses. I'm not saying whether that's true one way or the other, but that's what they think. They would be very pleased if they could have it put back out in the open. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Marchington.
Yeah, Mr. You use your discretion and allow a suspension of standing orders. It's after 9 o'clock, and as yet no one has proposed an extension of the council meeting.
No need to. Sorry, John Councillor Bolt.
There's no need to have
He knows that. No, he said he knows that. He says that's fine. Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're in difficult times. I think we ought to all be a bit careful about saying what, this is the worst budget ever, this situation ever. We don't know what's to come. And those of us who grew up in the 1970s and the 1990s are aware of what rocketing interest rates are really about, and hyperinflation. We lived through that, and that's certainly not what we want to return to. Again, it's interesting. It's interesting about how well budget amendments are put together. Interesting, Will. Another year we've got a bit of funny money coming in, 8 million. We'll be looking forward to that announcement. And, I mean, Councillor Tyler's point about having more money from central government, and I've said this before, but we don't just need more money from central government, we need a root and branch reform of the taxation system in this country so we understand where the money's coming from, where it can be used. And areas like Kirklees do need support because we do not generate much income as cities like Leeds and London and Edinburgh, who have a highly reliant on the financial services sector, which always drags money in. With manufacturing sector. So some of that would be really welcome, and all of us ought to push for that. There's better ways to raise taxation from people in Kirklees than the council tax without affecting our businesses and other things. And the proportion of, and the biggest thing I remember about the proportion of tax, you know, we used to get 50% of our money from central government. We now get a third, so that shows a squeeze. But we need to understand where the money is coming from and how we can use it. Businesses have very little say over that money's spent, despite the fact they're over half of the local economy, and that needs to get better. I think the other thing about the national context is the one thing that the Trust Kwarteng budget did, and we can all have a throw with it. Actually, I hope that's paid to any suspicion that supply-side economics is a good idea. It's been tried for a very short period of time, and we know what the UK and the international market's reaction to that was. It just needs to go, and some of us have known that for decades. Any government's first priority is political and economic stability, and whether that's Labour or Conservative or a Liberal Democrat, Scottish Nationalist, that should be our first priority, and we should support that. In terms of directly looking at the budget, it's the things that are not there. We're really pleased that there is now a team of people in the Highways Department checking reinstatements of work. That was in our budget last year, proposed by Robert Iredale, and we understand that's happening now, so we didn't need to put that. So that's a success, and we hope that that's going to make the lives of Kirklees residents better as well. The other thing that was in our budget last year was about mental health and children's mental health. I know that's supported cross-party, well, in principle, sort of, but the mental health in support team that some of us, some scrutiny, went to visit the other day is brilliant. We've seen that. We need to make sure that happens in more than the 50% of Kirklees schools. So that's achieving what we would have wanted to do with making sure we're getting better support for mental health, particularly children in schools. What we've done in our budget amendment this time is actually to look at extending that, build on that, and the proposal to support a degree-level apprenticeship for educational psychologists, we believe, will lead to reducing CAMS waiting times. And even, I don't expect, it's like, thank you for your comments on our amendment, James. I didn't expect you to vote. I think you'd probably get into trouble if you voted for our amendment anyway. That's fine. But that might be an idea I would hope all parties will look at, and see if that's a runner, and see if we can do that, and see if it'll do what we're proposing. I think the other thing, there's a few things in our amendment I really want to, that we could push. I think the stuff in the HRA and about the green stuff, and we will be supporting the green budget, but there's investment that we could make, particularly in our social housing, which at no cost to the council taxpayer, which will reduce the energy needs of people in that housing, whether or not they're paying for the rent. And that needs to be done. And that's the thing I would like to see more in any of the budgets when we talk about not just marking time, but looking at the resources we got, we could reduce some of the impacts on that. So again, I think the money we've got in about the extra care, which we do support it in the Ashbrow ward. If we can look at passive house principles.
Councillor Martin, you've got 10 seconds left. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's just highlighting, it's responding to some of the other stuff we've heard and highlighting some of the things in our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marchington.
Councillor Greaves.
Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not just our roads that are tired and worn out, is it? The only budget that I want to submit is the one that has no rising council tax. I came into this council for 2012-2013 year, and this coming year will be my 12th year. And over that period of time, our council tax will have gone up by almost 50%. And I find that quite shocking. We know why. There's no doubt on that, but this ever-increasing pressure that we put on our residents is something that I struggle with. What is clear is that this budget, as proposed, is nothing really much more than a stopgap measure. The real budget planning is going to start next week as we try to figure out how these efficiency gains are going to be delivered, how it's all going to be implemented, what more is going to be lost. And in the context of ever-increasing demand, with the multiplier effect of that and ever-increasing costs, it's a bleak future, I think, for our residents. Their bills rise and rise, and their services get reduced. And what resources are left, we need to ensure are shared out sensibly. I think Councillor Watson said that we shouldn't be talking about national issues, we should be talking about local. But we can't forget that the bulk of our funding and what happens is set nationally. So whilst the government says local authorities can have a 9.2% rise in funding, that's assuming that there's going to be a 5% rise in council tax. I'm just thankful that we're not Croydon and that the residents there who are facing a 15% rise in council tax. I have no idea where that's going to finish up. Or I think it's Slough facing a 10% rise. Our 5% is certainly bad enough. Councillor Marchington said, be wary about calling it the worst budget. Well, I feel like in my short 11 years, I've heard this is the worst budget ever quite a few times. And I'm worried it won't be the last time. Every time I think that there's light at the end of the tunnel, it's another train coming to mow us down. Whether it's Brexit, COVID, the social care crisis, Ukraine, austerity, issues with housing quality, or the fair funding settlement. The fair funding settlement that we've been waiting for an awful long time. Last year in the budget amendments, a proposal was brought forward to use £3 million of the expected fair funding settlement to ease the burden on council taxpayers. Yet the truth is, not a single penny's arrived. Promises that get pushed further down the line. And now we're told fair funding settlement won't be until after the next election. Well, for something that's been promised for so long, that's a poor answer for our residents. I believe in a cooperative approach to politics, and so it's always difficult for me when we come to a situation like this. We knew at Mayor's Parlour how this vote was going to end up, which budget would succeed. But there's points raised by lots of councillors in these amendments that are worthy of taking forward. So I'd like to see a different system to how we set the budget, one that involves all councillors. But we're not there, and we won't be for some time. There's lots of suggested projects, whether it's devolution to wards, review of surplus land and buildings, housing improvements, safer streets for all, community-based care, enforcement of weight limits, planning enforcement, local road improvements, and improvements to children's mental health and well-being, to name a few. They're all worthy of further consideration. For the coming year, we all need to work together to really deliver for our residents. And I would ask everybody here to see that that's the bit we need to focus on. And I'd just like to finish with, hopefully, a light jokey comment. Councillor Watson, if you look at the Conservative amendment, you won't see Denby Dale mentioned once.
Thank you, Councillor Greaves. Councillor Hussain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I stand to speak against the Lib Dems amendment. While there are many public sector services, two of the greatest public serving assets Britain has to offer is the adult social care system and the NHS. The NHS has faced increasing pressures across these 12 years from this government. While there are significant opportunities to improve efficiency in the NHS, service can no longer meet the rising demand or maintain the standards of care within the current funding constraints, and as a result, performance has deteriorated. I just wanted to draw your attention to the figures with CAMS services. In March 2021, there were 77,390 children that were assessed as having a mental health need, compared to 61,830 2 years earlier. This equates to 1,500 children a week being referred for mental health support, according to the LGA. Further 54% undergoing mental health treatment or on the waiting list in the last 2 years. The NHS calculation figures estimate that 1 in 6 children and young people are now having a probable mental health condition. It's a record-breaking...
Councillor Bolt, please can you sit down? No, you don't need to show him anything, please. Can you sit down?
For an
overburdened
CAMS, which is the risk of collapsing. Not only has the COVID pandemic exacerbated mental health issues in this age group, also the number of children assessed by councils as having mental health need has risen sharply. The Guardian labelled CAMS services as silent catastrophe. This was supported by the Association of Child Psychotherapists, who launched a report called The Silent Catastrophe, which provided new evidence of inadequacies in the NHS mental health services for children and young people, and shows that this is due to the chronic underfunding. The figures are stark. The survey of the frontline NHS CAMS staff shows a deterioration of specialist services. 61% said that the main NHS service they work for is facing downsizing. 72% said the threshold for access to services has increased in the past 5 years, and 33% described services as mostly inadequate or completely inadequate, and there are other figures in this report. Just this year, the CQC rated 39% of specialist CAMS services are requiring improvement. In the ACP's report, 33% of respondents described services as mostly inadequate or completely inadequate in meeting the needs of most children and young people. For mental health to level up is when all the new funding promised reaches the front line, and mental health is given equal focus in developing new models of care. But that has not happened, and the situation is becoming dire, with hospital appointments being longer, access to health care being delayed. It is counterproductive to combine funding streams with CAMS, as both services need to be adequately funded to undertake their specialist roles and services. The second suggestion made is the redirection of PCN lead funding to support area committees. Now, the King's Fund, the NHS, the Council and the LGA, Body for Social Workers, ADAS, have highlighted the adult social care system to be failing for older people, their families and carers, and we will be facing a £14.4 billion funding gap per year. The health and social care workforce is under significant pressure, with the widespread shortages and staff morale as an increasing concern. In respect to the PCN roles, they are part of implementing the government's long-term NHS plan. These new PCN roles are in development, and we move towards localised health arrangements. Each area is unique, and therefore the development routes are going to be diverse across the 9 areas, and that we are progressing in preparation in advance of the implementations from the fuller Stocktake report recommendations. There are extensive current pressures, and there are delays in implementing the fuller Stocktake recommendations, and these factors are beyond our control. Hence, it's taken time to embed this role fully. If we recall, we had the first strike in history of the NHS not long ago, and to be frank, to suggest that CAMS services partners with other services financially to me is absurd. This means nursing and allied health professionals staff will be under more increasing pressure, and roles will be diluted, and the quality of service and better outcomes of healthcare will be compromised for these future generations. CAMS services are already dire. You can also read the press release on the 4th of Jan that the Royal College of Nursing General Secretary and Chief Executive Pat Cullen responds to the NHS pressures in a letter to the Health Secretary, Steve Barclay. And I'm just going to quote a few lines from there. Dear Secretary of State, in the first week of January, many have come to expect performance challenges in the NHS. However, I'm compelled to put on record that what is unfolding in England's health service this week is far from ordinary wintry pressures. Nor can COVID and flu be blamed for the current performance of the NHS. And it goes on. The simple solution is this. The government must give the local authority and the NHS enough money and each respective public service organisation to be able to deliver the service it needs.
Councillor Stern.
Sorry.
Time's up. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Lawson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to speak against the Conservative Group amendment. I've listened to many eloquent speeches tonight. I've come to the conclusion that amongst us in this chamber, there are austerity deniers attempting to gaslight the residents of Kirklees. Reading the amendment by the Conservative Group, it further confirms my theory. Our residents are not facing a cost of living crisis due only to the Ukraine war. Let's be very clear here. Our residents are facing a cost of living crisis due to the incompetence of this Tory government. Remember Liz Truss? She tanked the economy in her short-lived premiership. Rising interest rates and inspiring inflation don't help. The fallout from Brexit has seen food prices and fuel prices rise through the roof, stagnating wages, the lowest state pension in Europe, to name a few things. Kirklees is not facing a crisis due to the Ukraine war, but because of over a decade of cuts by this Tory government in the name of austerity. 200 million has been cut from our budget. Those councillors over there seem to think we just waste the money. I'll tell you what I would do with that money. I'd waste it on a new community centre for the people of the Walpole estate. I would waste it on making sure that kids didn't go hungry in school holidays, and I would waste that money making sure that our elderly and vulnerable are not sat in homes freezing because they are too scared to turn their heating on. That's what I would waste that money on. I'd suggest to the group on the right, take ownership of what your government have done. Don't gaslight our residents, blaming anybody other than yourselves. It's your party, your government. Own it. Efficiency savings. I hate that phrase. We're just dressing up cuts, giving it a nice name, softening the blow there. But apparently, the Conservative group feel we haven't been ambitious enough with our efficiency saving targets. After 13 years of cuts, ups, my bad, efficiency savings, I'd suggest there isn't a lot left to actually cut. Before we put our most vulnerable residents at risk or start proposing sacking our staff, there's no wonder they'd like to stop the facility funding for trade union reps, as their plans would ultimately lead to redundancies, workloads increasing and a deterioration in services. I could speak all night about efficiency services in the NHS, what effect it's had for my patients. So-called efficiency cuts ensured that there wasn't adequate PPE at the start of the pandemic. Staff were using bin bags in an attempt to protect themselves. This government spaffed billions of our money up the wall with dodgy PPE contracts to their mates. Moving on, the Conservative group suggests the prudent spending of reserves would allow council tax to be reduced. It's actually really easy to suggest measures when you haven't a hope in hell of getting them passed and never have to implement them. 250 million on the side of that bus for the NHS springs to mind. The suggestion seems to be from the Conservative group is we raid the piggy bank this year and put the money back with further efficiency savings and cuts at a later date. What do we do when there's nothing left to cut without hurting our most vulnerable? When we've sold all of those little plots of land that they'll have us scurrying round our ward to look for, and the reserves have gone, what do we do then?
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm standing to support the council amendment, council group amendment, and I would also like to say that within the budget itself, I agree with many of the points all the way through the budget. So I am not standing to dismiss what other people have put in the budget and the figures. But what I would like to do, as far as the figures are concerned, is just listening to this evening. I've made quite a lot of notes that people have said, and I just want to try and clarify a few things. So I think one of them, if we're going to talk about national issues, maybe we should talk about international issues as well, because we keep hearing about blaming Brexit for something that came along a few months before a global lockdown. But actually our exports last year were 875 billion, up 10%. And 42% of those numbers went into Europe. So I'm not sure why that's to blame for anything that's going on in this country. The other thing that I'd like to cover is people keep saying about the cuts in the NHS. Last year we spent 160 billion on the NHS. It's our biggest expense in this country. And it's a wonderful institution, badly managed. What we've had to cope with since the Labour government put in the fast tracking of putting the hospitals into trust is we've had to deal with many more management structures put into the NHS that's cost us dearly as far as management, productivity and cost. So that's another issue that I'd like to just cover off as far as Tory bashing with the numbers. There's the other word that was used quite a lot during the budget speeches, which was using diligence as far as finance is concerned. What I'd like to know is what was diligent about buying back an asset that we used to own for 3 times the amount of money that it was originally sold for, and then committing further millions of pounds to renovate it, restore it, and then let it out to a hotel chain when we don't know the actual numbers that are come back in as far as the revenue from that. I don't see much diligence as far as that's concerned. So the other thing is, one of the lines in the budget is reference to... Oh, no, the other thing that I wanted to cover was the crisis that we have just in this country, obviously, as I kept hearing. We have a cost of living crisis. Well, yes, we do. Like every other Northern Hemisphere, First World, Western country on the planet, we have a cost of living crisis. Not as bad as some. In fact, the number one country, financial country in Europe, Germany, have got a 17 to 20% inflation rate on food, which I find amazing that we talk about Brexit as if it was a negative, but if we were part of the EU, we'd be in the same situation, if not worse, than allegedly we are now, because the leading country is in 17%. They've also moved away from the climate initiatives as far as heating and energy is concerned, and they've gone back to firing up their power plants with coal. They've moved away from €500 billion worth of eco spend over the last 15 years, and now they've dedicated to keep the price down to energise their plants with coal, which seems strange because the seam that they're using in Bavaria runs right the way through to Nottingham, so we've got the other end of that seam, but hey-ho. The other thing is, as far as climate's concerned, if we were looking at immediate emergency funding for certain things, what we're dedicating as far as the climate and environment is on a line in the budget of £13.5 million. If we deem that there are urgent things, to me urgent means here and now, not at some point in the future, would we be spending £13.5 million on, well, 2.7 million on trees, etc., at this moment? And if we are, and we are to spend that, let's look at the numbers of how that's going to help this country as far as the environment's concerned. It's going to help, not a jot. It's not going to touch the surface as far as the devil that is carbon at this moment in time. So should we reallocate that to more important or urgent things? Maybe so. If it's the worst budget ever, then I've got to say that the next few years you're going to be saying...
Councillor Thompson, your time is up, please.
OK, that's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I briefly just want to respond to some of the comments that have been made during the debate. First of all, Councillor Hawkins made a remark about us using reserves and not replacing them. Well, in fact, you'll find that the Conservative amendment does replace all the reserves that it expends in year one. We'd then seen Labour members seem to be all in a tizzy about the word efficiency and the word cut. Because if you've got a copy of the Socialist dictionary, the word efficiency means doing things better. But if it's anything to do with the Conservative administration, it means a cut. This is the game that they play. And we've heard from various Labour members. One has said efficiencies are cuts. Another one said efficiencies is just dressing up cuts. But can I just remind Labour members there are £19 million worth of efficiencies. They're called efficiencies. And a lot of them are actually named as efficiencies, as yet unnamed efficiencies, that you have put in your budget. £19 million of efficiencies. So when you're going back and spouting all this stuff about, oh, we can't have any more efficiencies because you just mean cuts, just remember you're putting your hands up for £19 million of efficiencies. And where are those efficiencies found? In an organisation which spends 80% of its money on jobs. Just think about it. Just think about it. So we've been criticised. We've even had our amendment criticised because we dare to mention that we'd like a better bin collection service and that residents would like a better road resurfacing service. One Labour member said, these are not important. These are not important things. You should focus on bigger things. But these things are very important to a lot of people across Kirklees. And actually, I'm extremely proud that we're focusing on some of those things. We're not taking away from any of the big issue things that that Kirklees has to spend its money on. We're not taking money away from all the very important safeguarding roles that we have, whether it's adults or children. All of that is assumed. What we're saying is we can find further money to spend on things that which will make people's lives better. So I'm very proud of that, and I'm very proud of this amendment, Mr Mayor, and I shall support it with alacrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Councillor Panda.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to thank the officers who have done some excellent work in putting this budget together. And a special thank you to Eamon, who's done some marvellous work over 33 years. Also to the opposition parties, because to put a budget amendment does take time, and I think it's good that they have spent time putting the motions together. The reason why we had the delay in actually publishing our budget was because of the autumn statement. Every year it gets later and later and later, and this year it just came just before Christmas, and hence we pushed the budget meeting to tonight, and that's one of the reasons why everything's been crammed in such a short time. Mr Mayor, I'm going to just talk about the Conservative amendment. Their party is in power nationally, so you can't hide away from that fact. And whatever national policy, national government does at national level in terms of the overall funding envelope, it does have an impact on local government, because we do rely on what they give us. So there needs to be responsibility that they need to take along with their government. And there needs to be some ownership. But I'm really sad to say that the budget amendment that they put forward provides no new vision, provides no hope, no ambition, and I can't see any real plan, and I'll explain why, Mr. Mayor. Whilst our budget is something that is difficult, we have stepped forward. We have been diligent. We haven't been diligent in the way Liz Truss has been, is overnight she crashed the economy. Because don't forget, the Tories crashed the economy. That is what we are dealing with. £50 billion overnight. That is catastrophic by any means. So we have got a sense of urgency. We have, from £4 million, saved £5 million. And that is testimony to the hard work of this Cabinet and the great officers we have. Also, sense of urgency. 13 years your government has had to try and fix the adult social care crisis. And we are still having sticking plaster 2% of the social care precept going to try to resolve that social care crisis. It's not going to happen. So where is the urgency? 13 years and you've done naff all. That is really, really appalling. You also mentioned Cal, and you mentioned, David, Councillor Hall, that we haven't seen any money to save the sports centres. Well, your budget hasn't either. We've put £6 million to save our leisure centres. That is a great achievement. So again, that is something that we should be proud of. In terms of growth, the economy, I can't see anything in your budget to actually prop up that, except for actually take out percentages to actually starve our regeneration plans, which we need to make sure that we come out stronger through whatever crisis we have. Your industrial strategy, there's been 8 different versions of the industrial strategy. And the last one you had, Kwasi Kwarteng, when he became the Chancellor, ripped it up. So they've got no plan nationally in terms of how we can actually grow the economy moving forward. You don't care. You don't care about the economy. You don't care about people. You certainly don't care about the climate. And you have no plan to actually rebuild infrastructure. We see on a daily basis. Councillor Hall, my constituents come to me every day and say, Shabir, we can't get a bus from A to B. We can't get a train from east to west, north to south. So where does that leave us? Policy making on the hoof, just to tick a few boxes to get the votes, doesn't put Kirklees first, doesn't put the country first, and doesn't put the nation first. Your budget, quite frankly, is destructive. And I'll tell you why I say that. You're putting your party before the council, you're putting the party before the residents, and you're certainly not putting the country forward and country forward nationally. So it's a disgrace. But having said that, Mr. Mayor, there is an opportunity. On the 15th of March, the Tory government will be putting another budget forward. That is your opportunity to put right the wrongs that you've had. So there is an opportunity there. I hope you will lobby your government, because the £200 million cuts, the £2.2 billion since 2010 that we've actually had to endeavour, I hope you put that right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pondock. Councillor Turner.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I'm going to be brief because it's quite late now, and I think we're all ready for a brew and a tea. Mr. Mayor, I think everybody's had enough opportunity this evening to write all their election addresses. They've got all the headlines, they've got all the bits and the quotes there, so we don't need to dwell on that too much. Mr. Mayor, firstly, I would like to thank you for your year of service. I know the charity you've been working with, because I have friends who work there and I work with them myself, so thank you very much for that. You've been a great influence on them, so thank you very much on their behalf. It wouldn't be right not to say to Eamon, wake up, Eamon. I spent a number of years working with Eamon, and I had I don't know if it was a pleasure or what it was, but me and Eamon had to work through the pandemic, when nobody knew how Teams worked, nobody knew how to get off mute half the time, nobody knew when the hand was up or down, but me and Eamon worked really closely during that time, because it was times that nobody had gone through before. None of us had seen anything like it, but we got there in the end. I could always tell when the meeting had overrun, because I could hear his dog bark in the background ready for its walk. So Eamon, thank you for 33 years of service. Thank you for working with us through the pandemic, and I hope your dog's all right. And we both support football clubs on the way down at the moment, so I hope it goes a bit better, Eamon, in the future. We've heard about the Conservative amendments, and we had a bit of a Doctor Who theme running a little bit earlier on. Well, I'm one of the people in here, there's a few of you, who probably remember Doctor Who in its early days. Black and white, dodgy sets, rubber monsters, and all those sorts of strange things that you used to hide behind the settee because you're scared of. So I don't have a particular favourite Doctor Who. I have a soft spot for Jodie because I used to live in the same village as Jodie. I went to the same school as Jodie. I know some of Jodie's teachers. So Jodie's probably my favourite Doctor Who, but some of the others had talents as well. But these Conservative amendments, David, they're just like Doctor Who. They come back, they regenerate year after year. They just regenerate. But unlike Doctor who changes and regenerates as a different person, yours don't. They just come back exactly the same as previous years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Mothers.
Is it on? I'm not going to take my full 5 minutes, so I've rewritten my speech because I've heard quite a lot. And I wanted to start off by saying Happy International Women's Day to the amazing people I know who lift, raise and make space and are the real change makers. Here's to strong women. May we know them, may we raise them, may we be them. And Mayor, I'd like to thank you because you have gone above and beyond in terms of all the external work that you have done. Most of us just see you in here, but I follow you and I know that you've done a brilliant year. So all the best for the remaining 2 or 3 months. Thank you. I want to speak against mainly the Tory amendment, and I will mention the other two. Now, Councillor Hall and Councillor Watson said, we're not listening. Well, I can tell you, Labour listens very carefully. Labour administration has been listening throughout. So let me just mention to you, so you say, Christmas bins collection. It's been a long-standing arrangement that we don't work. We allow our workers to spend time with their families, but they work every bank holiday, and we don't actually have that many complaints, and they will be working on the coronation bank holidays too. So we look after our employees. And can I say, before I move any further, I'd forgotten to say thank you to all our officers. Thank you to Eamon. Thank you to everyone. Thank you especially to my service, which the cupboards are bloody bare. We cannot cut anymore because that's where we are. 13 years of austerity, 13 years of cuts, and now this national government, what a shower it is. So can I say, moving on, Councillor Hall, Councillor Watson and many others, reversing the, so moving on to the LIBOR, you'd be pleased to hear that we are putting in extra money and we are extending the timeline. So we have been listening, and I look forward to you when it comes to voting, to vote with us, because many of what you've been saying, and as Councillor Turner said, every year it comes back. So, you know, we've rehearsed our lines too. And if you look at the absolutely amazing budget, regardless of the cuts, the work that's being done, the efficiencies or whatever anybody would like to say that are going to be rolled out, we do have the details, but I am not at liberty to keep you here for another hour, so I'll tell you on another day. So moving on to the Lib Dems. Bulky waste collection, no can do. We've got to, every service has to pay for itself, and we are still comparatively benchmarked as one of the lowest. So we can't do that. As for Oakenshaw Cross, Councillor Pinnock, you know both in Cabinet and Council, have gone over those that issue. And Councillor Cooper, you know, as far as I'm concerned, Labour takes on all of the Greens policy, so Labour is the party you should join. And as for moving forward and moving forward positively, we will listen to our cross-benches, we will work in partnership, we will work with our communities, and we will work for them regardless of however tough it becomes, and we will continue to serve our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mothers. I thought I finished down.
It was on purpose.
Yeah, that was. It was.
It was not.
It was.
Nobody knows what I'm about.
Exactly. Thank you for that. We shall now move to the votes on the amendments. The first vote is on the Conservative amendment.
After the amendments.
The vote will be by consoles. Please press the green button to vote for the amendment, the orange button to abstain, and the red button to vote against. I can vote now.
What is this stuff?
System.
What's going on here?
It'll go into alphabetical order.
The Mayor, what have you done?
No. As you can see from the screen, the vote has not been carried. Okay. The next vote is on the Green amendment. Please press the green button to vote for the amendment, the orange button to abstain, and the red button to vote against. Silence, please. Do you want to stay until 10 o'clock? Yeah, obviously. Members, quiet please. The Green amendment has not been carried. We now move to... Well, she'll take it for next time. Okay, can we move to the next vote, which is a Liberal Democrat amendment? Please press the green button to vote for the amendment, the orange button to abstain, and red button against. Okay, that has not been carried as well. All amendments have now been voted upon and no amendments have been carried. We will now move to the vote upon the original motion. Are there any further comments on the original motion? No. Okay. Councillor Paul Davis, you have a right to reply.
What, 10 minutes? Is that long? 12. Okay, that's fine then. No, I will be brief. I'd like to thank all members, actually, for their contributions this evening. Been a little bit of an exciting meeting, I think, not one we were prepared for. Briefly talking...
Guys, can we have one conversation, please?
Just very briefly on the challenges that we face. We've covered them, but this point about whether or not we should talk about the national context, of course we should. It's very clear that we're impacted by the national context. And there's a recent local government information unit survey that's just come out, which looks at what's happening with councils. And I'll pick a couple of things out. It's already been mentioned, the 9 out of 10 councils planning the council tax increases. But what they say in this survey is very clearly that's not going to balance budgets. And that if you look at those councils, 93% of them are looking to increase fees for services such as parking and waste. So the Tories have really got themselves, they know what's going on outside their little world, don't they, in terms of that, 93%. And also, unfortunately, 67% are having to use their reserves, and clearly we're one of those. 12 councils already are saying they're on the edge of bankruptcy. That's just at this point. Just under a quarter of councils plan to take an axe to arts and culture services, such as theatres and museums, and a fifth will cut back on parks and leisure services, such as swimming pools. So it gives you a little flavour of the national context. The backdrop is one of chaos and cuts. So the need for this budget couldn't be greater. We seek through this budget to actually bring stability, as we've already said, so that we can continue to ensure that our children are protected, to look after our older residents and people with disabilities, to protect our libraries and leisure centres, and to provide financial support to those most in need. And also, very importantly, invest in our communities to help protect them from future economic crises. Councillor Hall says he doesn't want to drop any of these, but clearly their priorities sit somewhere else, and they sit with Christmas bin collections and various other areas that they believe are probably vote winners within their own areas. But we also need government to support this huge effort. This has been mentioned numerous times, and there are 3 key areas which provide a solid basis for this. We need fair funding for Kirklees Council, we need adequate support for social care funding, and we need an economy that benefits all. Those 3 areas are absolutely the basis for us to go forward and really to secure a decent future for our residents. I can only hope that this government thinks the same way and actually takes that on board and moves forward in that way. Once again, I commend the budget to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We will now take a vote.
Yep.
It's carried, isn't it? The budget motion has been carried. That's been carried. So I'm going to close the meeting now so you can all go home. Thank you.